fucking love that song. I fucking love that song, and I'm glad we have it back. Brings back some good memories with some very fine people. People, ladies and gentlemen. People like Roland, Project Dark Fox, Metal Core Collectibles, White Wolf, Sewer Creature's a little newer. Sewer Creature, I don't know if you did you watch the stream before when we had the music the first time? I think that you showed up after that. Data Nerd was certainly here. Yeah, that sucks, by the way, Roland. Yeah, dude, be safe. You know, tie everything down. Make sure nothing's going too crazy. Haas 00312. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend, and Project Dark Fox on that 18-month streak PDF. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support, for every single bit of it. You guys, you make it an absolute pleasure to stream every single time that I come on. Hatches are battened. I'm glad to hear it, Roland. Yeah, take care of yourself, man. Watch out there. Take advantage of your good data plan, but I agree, that is, in fact, quite whack. Quite whack indeed. Yeah, I think so, Sewer Creature. I'm pretty sure, because that was like almost a year ago. I think we only ran the other music list for 6 months, maybe a little over 6 months? Possibly. Hypnotic Mom, how are you doing today? Glad to hear you got the dice. Yeah, the Thunderhead Studio dice have been showing up on everybody's doorsteps, and I'm glad to hear it. I was a little concerned. Not like terribly, but just in like a paranoid way. When I packed up and sent out over 30 fucking envelopes, I'm like, one of these is gonna get fucked up. One of these is gonna get fucked up, and I'm still waiting to find out which one it is. I got 2 that went out internationally, so I'm keeping an eye on those ones. I hope everybody is enjoying their Thunderhead Studio dice. We should have another run of those coming in a couple of months. I have no idea what you'll have to do to get your hands on those. Probably sing, dance for me, maybe. I don't know, we'll figure it out, you know. Yeah, Data Nerd, I went ahead and threw in an extra pair for Data Nerd and Kursala's lovely nerdy child, and I'm glad that she is excited to have her own set of dice. He has coffee in his branded mug. Look, the logo, it's here, and it's there, and it's over there, too. It's on this thing. It's on the dice that are right in front of you. You can't get away from it. Why don't you just get it tattooed on your forehead at this point? It would probably be easier. Autofire. Welcome in, Raiders. Autofire, how are you doing today? Autofire, I don't think I follow you. I do not believe that I know Autofire's body of work, but I'm gonna have to take a look. What were you working on tonight, Autofire? Did you have a good stream? Tracking says your dice are headed to Colorado. That doesn't make any sense, Roland. That shouldn't be the case. Unless they were undeliverable, in which case they would be returned back to me. If that happens, we'll figure something out. Why haven't you gotten the purple envelope of doom? Yeah, yours is one of the international ones, isn't it, White Wolf? I would give that a little bit longer, yeah. The guy with the smile. Thank you so much. You know, I am having a pretty good day. Relatively speaking, I'm having a pretty good day, I gotta say, and I hope that all you fine people out there are also. Autofire is apparently having a great day. That is, you know, my heart soars with the eagle's nest. On your behalf. Autofire, what were you working on today, my friend? I am not familiar with your stream. I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up here real quick in my own little browser. Speaking of which, I still haven't set up my overlay so that I can just show you guys my browser. It seems like a major oversight. Oh my god, oh, there's sound. Why is there so much sound? Why is it not coming out of my headphones? Oh, sweet Christ. Let's fix that real quick. Okay, here we go. Well, looks like we got an art stream over here. Been painting some of that Reaper Bones 5. Nice, nice, nice. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you a follow, Autofire. Stop over and see what you're doing next time you get going. Wombats Combat Prime. In for that 8 months. One more month for that Twitch baby. Oh, Twitch baby. Oh, yeah, 9 months. 9 months and we have a Twitch baby. That's how it works, right? Because of biology? That's not creepy at all. If I was gonna have a Twitch baby with anybody, it would be you, Wombat Combat. Can we get a shout out, by the way, for Wombat Combat Prime? Pretty please. Painting Shavinra. Ooh, there's a lot of consonants right in a row there. Shavinra, the Slayer. Is it a dragon? It looks like a dragon. I'm gonna have to go check out the actual VOD a little bit later. Holy shit, it is apparently raid day today. Sheza Gaming coming in with 7. Hold on just 1 second. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I will take that. Magnificent. Magnificent. Oh my god. Hamburg Tack, how you doing today, man? Hamburg, I haven't... Well, no, we've seen you fairly recently, but it's been a little spottier than it was for a while there, man. I hope that things have been treating you well, Hamburg. Sheza Gaming, welcome in. Could we please get a shout? We already did get a shout out because my mods are better at this than I am, which is both gratifying and maybe a little bit humiliating. Not like a lot, you know. just this little twinge of it. This tiny little bit. Vandal Noir, welcome in. Sheza, what were you working on today? I didn't get a chance to stop into your stream before I got going. Busy with the school year starting. You know, there are far worse things. There are far worse things to be busy with, Hamburg. I am glad to hear. Now, are you... Which side? Which side of the educational divide are you on? Are you going to school? Are you a teacher? I realize that I don't think I've ever asked you, Hamburg Tack. High school. Oh god, I'm so sorry. Wait, no. I did ask this before. I remember because you and Iberben had a brief connection over that. Yeah, good luck with that, man. Good luck and Godspeed. You're a German teacher. I'm going to just assume, based on, you know, the world and my experience with it, that high school is less of a nightmare in Germany. I don't know. It's probably exactly the same. But I'm going to assume that it's better, and that you enjoy your life more than Iberben does. He likes it. He's fine with it. You know, we actually got, surprisingly, a number of high school teachers in this chat who come in fairly regularly. Dridge double X, or is it D-Ridge X? Dridge X. I don't know, whatever it is, man. Welcome in. Yeah. We're gonna be digging in here in just a few minutes on this little Centurion versus Vulture diorama that I have put together. Oh, you teach German in Missouri. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. As to why, because I was gonna say, like, if you're in Germany, this must be a weird time for you to stop into my stream, man. I know my viewers so well. I know their personal lives. I know their real names. I know their addresses. I know where they sleep. I know their PIN numbers. And if I don't know your PIN number, please forward it to me so that I can complete my knowledge of you as a viewer. Can I get in trouble for that? Maybe I shouldn't solicit that info. You know what? Disclaimer, that was a joke. Not actually soliciting your PIN numbers, your bank accounts. Your first name is Lore and your last name is Friendly. There you go. Right there. Just Dridge, that's what we are gonna go with then, man. Val Farah, it is good to see you. Please feel free to lurk away. Fantastic Wombat Combat. I need to go down the list and mark off everyone I know who has received their dice, just so that I am absolutely current on which packages have gotten where. The guy with the smile, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Amish Stick dropping 2 tier 1 subs. Going out to Auto Fire and Dur Wild Star, getting that hype train going. Amish Stick, how are you doing today, man? Right? Toot toot, baby. Yes, 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 yes. Lunchbox, yours should be in the mail along with everybody else's. You sent it on Twitch, if I remember correctly. But yes, I did get that put in. Wombat, are we not doing phrasing anymore? Is that not a thing? I'm about to finish my coffee and we're gonna get started painting here. Oh, Amish Dig, thank you so much for that. To Square, keeping it going with a couple of biddies. A couple of biddies. Toss them into the old boiler. Keep that engine chugging along. And just because I got you here, if you like this mug, they are for sale. Really though, you can hit ! merch at any time to get a link over to Rainy River Designs, the company run by our very own Data Nerd and Kursala, right here in chat. He has an amazing line of acrylic paints over there. He's got basing supplies. He's got some of his own minis. And they do all of the official merch that we have for Thunderhead Studio if you want to pick up one of these fantastic mugs while you're at it. You know, get some paints. They're nice. Rainy River Designs paints. I use them all the time myself. We use them right here on the stream when we're painting in acrylics. And then, you know, grab yourself a little mug while you're at it. Project Dark Fox, thank you so much for the biddies, my friend. Yeah, I don't know how many bits I have left myself. Can I cheer myself? Is that an option? Hang on, let me see. You cannot cheer in your own channel. Ah! They got me. They got me, chat. I was gonna do it, too. I think I've got like 120 bits left over from the last time I dumped a bunch on like Daylight Gamer or something. They thought of that, though. Yeah, I'll go cheer him at Project Dark Fox, and then he... Oh, no, wait, that's not how it works. I'll have to figure that out. If only. If only. Alright, I am going to swap directly from coffee to whiskey. That's normal, right? That's something that people do. Particularly when they are going to paint some minis. Max 12. Today, we actually don't do a lot of Warhammer here. Don't get me wrong, I've done quite a bit of Warhammer. I'll show you some if you'd like to see it. Today we're painting some Battletech, though, Max 12. And welcome in, by the way. We paint a lot of stuff. This year it has mostly been Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings from Parabellum Wargames, which is a rank and flank fantasy war game. We have painted a lot of Warcaster Neo Mechanica. I think that I choose my games based on how many goddamn words they cram into the title anymore. Like, I don't think I did that on purpose, but now that I'm looking back on it, I'm like, man, the longer the title, it seems like the more likely I am to play the game. So, anyway, we're going to work on some Battletech today. I'll tell you, the techniques are pretty broadly applicable, so if you're here to pick up ideas for painting, we can probably help you with that, too. What do you play, Max 12? You play 40k, Age of Sigmar. Let's get started. I don't know when I might get back to any kind of Warhammer. I keep meaning to get back to my Iron Snakes that I did, because I think these guys actually came out pretty well. And this was a while ago. This was almost 2 years ago that I painted up my Iron Snakes, and I don't really have a full force of them, just most of one. And let me see. I really want to revisit this guy, because I can do a better job on his Mastiff Princeps now. This was my captain for the Iron Snakes that I custom kit bashed out of the newly released captain at the time. I could do a better job on the bases now, because I was still just like slapping down cork and I'm 3D printing now. And I could definitely do a better job on the Mastiff, because this was a metal Mastiff that I picked up from Warlord Games? What are their Roman games? I think is where I got this guy. It's about to the point where if you paint Games Workshop models and aren't on their payroll, you're getting sued. Yeah, we're not quite there yet, but I wouldn't put it past him. I would not put it past him. Still, I like how this figure came out. Got a bunch of blood-packed custom minis that I did too. What other Warhammer stuff do I have? I don't know. I did some Lord of the Rings stuff from Games Workshop, though. Ooh, level 1 hype train. Guys, thank you so much for getting the evening started off right. Yeah, let me get that out of the way. Get my gloves on so we can get going. Can't wait until Warhammer Old World comes out and people in my area take rank and flank seriously again. Man, I'm telling you, Wombat, try to get him hooked on Conquest, dude. It's a fucking great game, and Parabellum Wargames has so far been really quite cool as far as their company and IP goes. Painting is usually your most needed area of improvement. Never got into playing, but love the art and the look of minis. Do it for the love of it, Max. It can be a lot of fun, and it can be very relaxing. But if you need any tips, don't hesitate to ask. I can't always promise that I'll answer every single question in chat because of the nature of it, but if I see it, I do try. And I was going to show you guys, I went ahead and assembled Ion Raptor's Kraken today. Bane if you're a filthy clanner. And I am gonna give Clan Thunderskunk another swing on this guy. I think that he's well suited for it, because I can do white stripes down either of the chest panels and then lean into the black on the rest of it. This thing's fucking ridiculous. This thing is absolutely fucking ridiculous. It's huge. I went with the Bane 3 configuration, so he has the SRM 4 on top, and then he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 LRM 15s on this guy. Smack Weasel, summon. Filthy clanner, you say. I should have known better. I really should have known better. Smack Weasel, how you doing today? Terrain. Oh my god, we got a lot of fantastic people in chat tonight. You guys, thanks for coming out. Welcome, welcome in. Ilcon stuff has you excited, not gonna lie. I haven't looked at any of the Vandal Noir. Really haven't. But there's a wave with I mean, literally a wave. Wave 2 of the Battletech Kickstarter is just arriving at people's doors now. So I think there's a fresh wave of enthusiasm for Battletech that's about to hit, and it's you know, I'm not immune. It affects me too. It's a lot. There's a whole lot of missiles. It's a little ridiculous. I think that the SRM-4 is like one shot too, so it's almost like a joke. Like, it just unloads shitloads of LRMs, and if you get close, it can plink you once for like 8 damage. And then it's like, that's all I got. That's my close range defenses. But yeah, I think we're gonna lean into this guy with a black paint job with a couple of stripes. We're gonna call it Clan Thunderskunk, since I have utterly failed to manage that paint job time and time again. Shock21 knows what's up. Shock, I've got your figures that you requested printing currently, by the way. Oh, I wanted to show something. Yeah, I know Project Dark Fox. That's because if you're ever wondering in Battletech, if you're ever like, what is the difference between the Inner Sphere version of this weapon and the Clanner version of this weapon, just remember the rule of thumb, okay? It's really easy. It's kind of like converting Imperial to metric and back, okay? So what you do is you go, here are the Inner Sphere stats. Now what if I take away all of the negatives and boost all the values? That's the joke. That's the whole thing. Is, yeah. Okay, fine. It's not a very good joke. But it's there. It's there, kind of like Rangonius is. 5 months on those Prime subs, Rangonius. Thank you so much for the support. Welcome in, my friend. Put a shot in miniature painting discussion. Is the sheer cloth working? We have for let's take a closer look. Hang on, you know what? I think I can do something real quick. I think, using this same overlay, if I pull this up here, give me 1 second. I need to set this up with my stinking Stream Deck, so I can just push a button and make this happen, but for the moment, we're going to do this and hope that it works. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Now you're asking, is the sheer cloth working? Honestly, yes. I assume that the effect isn't finished, but if I'm just looking at it at a first glance and I'm not, you know, thinking about what paints are going where, but I'm just thinking, what does this look like? I can definitely see the white of the fabric and then the flesh of the face as distinct, particularly with the way you've kept the lighter white colors on the sort of raised ridges. I think that this is actually coming together pretty well, Doctor. I think this is better than I would do if I were trying the same effect. No, this is very effective. There was recently, and I'll see if I can't find the picture for you, Dr. Rhino. There was recently a picture posted to one of the mini painting groups on Reddit where somebody did... It was one of the Butcher characters from Necromunda, and he has, like, gloves on, and he painted them as if they were, like, clear plastic butcher's gloves. So you could see, you know, the knuckles and the skin through the clear plastic. It looked fucking amazing. And I think there's probably some techniques and ideas there that you could utilize if you wanted to push this further. If you ping me on Discord, please remind me. I'll try to find that picture for you, because I think I saved it. Alright, let me switch this back here. One second. There we go. All right. We are indeed Datron Voltari painting some mechs tonight. Clanner equals inner sphere plus buffing bullshit. Did I do the equation right? Not quite, Drakari, because it's not just buffing. It's also removing all of the negatives. Like if there's an inner sphere thing and it has a negative, like for instance, long-range missiles have a minimum range. They're like, yeah, we're just not gonna do that. We're the clans, so fuck you is pretty much their motto. I wanted to show these to you, though, you guys. I got my Shadowhawk model updated, and I got the 2 dismounted versions of it printed up, and they printed pretty decently. The battle value reflects that. Yeah, it does. It does. I'm not gonna argue with that. It does. Doesn't mean I like it, but it's there. But yeah, I got the kneeling Shadowhawk dismount here. I got his hand kind of resting across his knee. I guess in my head, I figure you hop out and then you kind of like crawl down and climb down the leg. I don't know. It's a little too small to actually model in like a rope ladder or something like that. But yeah, there's a little seat in there, and if you look, there's like little controls for those of you who are insane and actually want to paint that. I redid his autocannon. I added a number of details, very small details, but details nonetheless, to his upper arm portion. I reconfigured the way that his elbow connects, and I added some extra details down near the feet and into the knees to get him into a kneeling posture. And then there is the standing dismount version, where the entire cockpit glass has hinged forward, and you can get a real clear view there of the internal controls, and then the seat where the pilot would go. I'm pretty happy about this. This is a random little project with a very, very niche use, but I always see mech bays and I see mechs standing there in like a combat pose, and like, that looks strange. You should have mechs in there that look like they're ready for a pilot to pop in, right? So, you know, have a few of those. Have a few of those available. Let me get this guy set aside here. Oh, here's the new Dougram pose where he's holding on to his cannon, as is good and proper. Alright. Move my Warcaster guys out of the way here. I'm going to be doing oil painting tonight, so take a moment, get my palette ready. It's got a little bit of mess on it, but it's still useful. If you look at the printer tonight, it's not going to be very interesting. It's not building anything super complex. I started using magnets on my oil palette because of what I do with the parchment paper and the cardboard. So I've just got magnets on either side holding it on. And then I thought, you know, I could print something better than this where it's easier to swap the paper and I could have a lid on it. So I designed something earlier today, and it's printing. Again, it's going to be very boring because it's mostly flat space. But next time I do oil painting, you'll be able to get a look at how it works. Alright. Get myself some French Ultramarine. I need some cadmium yellow, both for the yellow and for the greens here. I think I'm going to paint over the metallic bits that I did before. Grab myself some Payne's Gray. Cobalt blue for mixing purposes. The essentials, whites, blacks. I didn't have a chance to mix up my lamp black or my new cadmium crimson yet, but I did get some new colors. Get some white spirits here. Magnets. What are your hobbies? Magnets. Just magnets. What are your dislikes? People's knees. Fire the cannon, then warm the hands. You know what it's all about there, Max 12. Speaking of printers, is there a good replacement for the Ender 3 Pro? Had mine about 3 years, it's worked for maybe 1, and I'm tired of fighting with it. I cannot recommend enough the Elegoo Neptune 2. That is actually what's running on that camera there. That's the Elegoo Neptune 2. I haven't changed anything on it. It's running stock out of the box. I've had it going for a couple weeks now, and I have had zero issues with it. I'm waiting for it to acquire some failures so that I can go in and swap some parts. 3D printers are the future of oil painting. Yes, get the oil printer. Okay. Mix up a little Payne's Gray here. And I haven't pre-thinned my lamp black, but I have some of it, so I'm just going to put some straight from the tube onto my palette and try to make use of a little bit of it tonight. There we go. Lamp black is apparently much more opaque than most other blacks, which is kind of what I was in the market for. Get myself kind of a crummy mixing brush here. There we go. And I'm going to try utilizing it right off the bat to do a few underlay bits. I'll just have to thin it myself. That's okay. Please, lurk away, Project Dark Fox. I'm just going to get in here with some of the lamp black, and I'm going to come in with some blue to highlight it later. Ooh, that is quite opaque, actually. I dig that. Damn, that is way more opaque than the... not Mars black, than the ivory black I've been using. Missile launcher. And I'm going to do the same down here on the Vulture. Since I'm using oil paints, it's a little awkward then having to switch to acrylic for true metallics, so just going to go with a non-metallic effect the whole way. Need to order a bunch of new Wintons. Inconsistency of the student oils I have on hand is really pissing me off. Yeah, consistency is such a very important feature in oil paints that I can imagine. It's what I struggle with the most, is different thicknesses and consistencies of oil paint have different uses. Knowing which one is most appropriate can be a little tricky. And if you have a paint that doesn't thin well, or thins oddly, it's going to cause you more trouble than it's worth. Since I'm working on the Vulture first, I'm actually gonna pop the torso off this Tyrant for the moment. Random hair in there, let's get that out. Consistency is a through line for quality in life, at least for most things, I think. I'm very tired. Oh, your brain is working just fine, Dr. Rhino. Did we get a shout out for Dr. Rhino, by the way? I think we did. But if we haven't, holy crap, is this ever a painter that you guys need to be following? Just any place I was doing metallic before, I'm coming in with a little bit of lamp black. And we'll do a little alternate work on that. For Ivory Blackwood's Windsor and Newton, I'm not surprised they listed as semi-opaque. Yeah, it's great for mixing. I think it does a great job mixing with almost any other color to kind of desaturate and darken it. But lamp black, so far, is very opaque. I put it down and it covers up everything, and I like it. I was waiting on lamp black so I could finish my Judge Dredd, because as you can see, I've worked my way pretty much all the way up to the helmet, and I needed some really opaque black tones and a new red to finish off what I want to do, so I got cadmium crimson and then lamp black, and I think those will be the final steps that I need to put the finishing touches on this guy. Forgot to watch Doom Patrol. Okay, so we were watching a little bit of Doom Patrol on the Discord the other night, and it got me to thinking about something. It got me to thinking about how SP Firestarter hasn't resubscribed. Oh my god! Oh, well that's embarrassing. Oh my. Firestarter, how you doing today, man? Over a year. Over a year. What are we doing with our lives, Firestarter? I have no idea. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. It got me to thinking, though, that I don't know, would you guys be down to do... So we're doing movie night, end of every month. Oh, I gotta put up that poll tonight. I got it put together. I just gotta post it for movie night. Would you guys be into like a bi-monthly show watching night? Because on an average movie night, we could watch like 4 episodes of any given hour-long show most of the time. And I wouldn't be opposed to watching Doom Patrol. It's a really good show. We watched a little bit of it last night, and I was just like, God, I forgot how much I love the first season of this show. And there's other shows that I watch kind of annually, like Band of Brothers. And these are all shows that could be fun to watch kind of in a group. I don't know if there's any interest in that, but if there is, please let me know. Maybe we could organize something. How like the original comic is it? Max 12, it has much more in common with the... And I think last time I was talking about Doom Patrol, I kept throwing around the name Alan Moore because I'm a fucking idiot. I was thinking of Watchmen. I meant Grant Morrison. Grant Morrison and Alan Moore are both very subversive when it comes to comic book content, so it doesn't really surprise me that I mix up their names periodically. I think between the two, Grant Morrison is probably the more tolerable writer, just generally speaking. But it's more like, as I understand it, the Grant Morrison run of Doom Patrol than it is like, say, the first run. It kind of does its own thing with a number of the characters, but just as a standalone show, it's really, really good. Because as I understand it, in their original incarnation, the Doom Patrol was kind of like a knockoff Fantastic Four for the most part. And then once Grant Morrison took over, it became much, much more like the original X-Men. And it definitely has that feel to it, that original X-Men feel. Back when it wasn't awesome to be Wolverine, but it was like really terrible and a major burden. Yeah, because it's like, again, we were watching the first 2 episodes of it. I'm like, I'd really love to sit down and watch this with some people so we could talk about it, because it's a show that really bears talking about. They're not really superheroes in Doom Patrol, like, at all. They don't even really do superhero-y things in Doom Patrol. They are people who are afflicted with horrible, horrible things that cause lots and lots of body horror type situations, and there are people who, they're not only physically afflicted, but then mentally afflicted with issues like body dysphoria and severe self-loathing. And it's more about them coming to terms with who they are than it is about them superheroing all around the damn world. Am I using oversized texts, and if so, where would one find those? Oh, Vandal Noir, this is, I think, yeah, I am. I made these for Cavs Strike Ops, and I think these are among the very first files I ever made, because they were relatively simple and easy to do. If you ping me on Discord, I can get these posted. I've got these. I made them in a bunch of different sizes. They're really, really simple. Alright, a little bit more in a few spots here. These vents will look good. Okay. Let's lay into that green and see if we can't come up with something that works. Ooh. I need to check and see if, what's his name, Frank Klepacki and the Tiberian Sons have anything against their music being used on streams, because honestly, I paint to that a lot of the time anyway. Need to open your boxes and reread some of those. An old comic fan, eh, Max? I never read much of Doom Patrol. I've read a little bit of the Doom Patrol that existed when Grant Morrison took over. I don't think I read the whole run of it. I didn't read anything from before or after. They're kind of a team that I never paid much attention to, but the show got me on board. Big time. Data Nerd, have a good dinner. Touch up this guy with the lamp black before I put that away. Yeah, the opacity of individual oil paints has definitely been a learning curve. Figuring out which oil paints are good to kind of lay down bases or completely cover up other colors has been quite helpful. At least, you know, to my still acrylic-addled brain. I still think in acrylics. Getting better at that, though. Yeah, because did Morrison invent the, what are they called? The League of Dada? Was that his creation, or did that exist prior? Led by Mr. Nobody. Hey, Crossbow Roof, it's good to see you, man. Go, shoulders, do the back vents. I'm going to try to keep the highlights simple. I'm not trying to win any awards with this guy. I just want to finish painting him. This music reminded me a lot of Frank Lepacki, is why I ask. Oh, you do, though, sewer creature. You do. You don't know you do, but you do. Using mostly one brand of paint like Winsor & Newton, check their website for the color swatches. Artist Oil will tell you their permanence, transparency, ASTM light fastness. Canvas painters are really... That actually is really helpful information, because right now I go off of the advice of other people who paint in oils, because I don't know really shit about it. I'm still making it up as I go. And yeah, I'm pretty much using all Winsor & Newton Winton oil colors at the moment. Now, the Brotherhood of Evil kicked Mr. Nobody out, didn't they, to Square? I know that in the continuity of the show, Mr. Nobody was trying to join the Brotherhood of Evil as something other than just a low-level thug. And no matter how many evil plots he came up with, like, there's a hilarious scene, I think, it's in Season 1, late Season 1, where Mr. Nobody, when he's still a human, is, like, trying to impress his girlfriend with all his evil plots. They're, like, out at dinner. And he's got like that, you know, the Clark Griswold thing going on, where he's like, this is it, the bosses are gonna notice me because I came up with this plot to kill children with a giant robot. And she's like, you're just never going anywhere, Morden. I'm married to a nobody. He's like, oh. So he goes and he gets superpowers and he becomes essentially Roger Rabbit meets Deadpool, is what Mr. Nobody ultimately becomes. Alright, let's freshen up these greens a touch and do a little work with some yellows, I think. Yeah, they wouldn't let him in. Yeah. He was just a nobody. I do hope that he comes back for more of Doom Patrol, because Alan Tudyk as Mr. Nobody is one of my favorite things, just about ever. Just work this yellow into the edge here. Give everything a little bit more vibrancy. Vibrancy? Vibrance. What would be the correct grammar there? The tubes of paints themselves, there should be a square. Solid black means opaque, half black, and half white means semi-transparent. Solid white means transparent. So you learn something new every day. The featurette, they were talking to him and he said, I went to Juilliard and I'm voicing a chicken. I still haven't watched Resident Alien. I've heard good things about it, though. Make colors gooder. Yeah, I like the way you think and work, Sheza. How about that? Or I called you Sheza. I'm sorry. It's the color and the two Z's. What's up, Spaztech? You'll have to forgive me. Well, here's a nice thing that I can do with this paint handle. And one of the reasons that I left the trigger attached to the little puck base instead of to the handle itself. Click it right back on. The problem with Winton versus Winsor and Newton artist oils is Winton colors are only rated as opaque or transparent. Find a bit more by looking at the artist oil swatches. I'm going to have to dig into that. Hit tiny plastic band with colored stick until not see plastic no more. You got to use the hairy stick, though. If you're using just regular sticks, you might be a little disappointed. Grab just a touch of my white spirits here. Thin what I got on my brush and just... No, I'm going to wipe most of that off. You really want to be sparing with the white spirits. You don't need many. Many? Like you can count them? Like units of white spirits? You don't need much. Touch more yellow. I just love what a vibrant green you can get out of just a green and a yellow. Which Lyran mech is at Amateur Paint Hour? This is... And if you hit exclamation point model, you can get a link to the actual specific one. It is a Centurion, as represented by Metal Core Collectibles Tyrant. Yeah, SCP Foundation would definitely have a tricky time with that on account of them being, you know, like urban myths gathered from all over the world. But I do agree that it sounds like it would be a fun time. But yeah, it's not like any one how does public domain work with urban myths, I wonder? Has anyone ever asked that question before? Probably. Probably someone has. Well, thank you very much, Amateur Paint Hour. Nicky Minis, also thank you for saying so. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with the pose. The Mini itself made it just a delight to actually pose it. All Metal Core Collectibles stuff has so many joints on it. They're a joy to... Okay. I'll give you the honest complaint I have about Metal Core Collectibles, and he already knows this. I always fret about the fact that his legs have so many options, make it very tricky to position his legs naturally. But it's a double-edged sword because that same, arguably too many options lets you do crazy stuff like what I did with it. So, you know. Well, it's not something I generally look for in a model. It definitely has some major positives to it. I did not 3D model these Nicky Minis. These were done by Metal Core Collectibles and Ion Raptor Designs. I've got some that I have, but they aren't these ones. I do the, actually I have one that I started to paint with oils and I need to get back to. Maybe he'll be next up on the project desk, but here's a Shadowhawk that I sculpted. This was when I was going a little bit crazy with my Payne's Gray to start with and hadn't quite figured it out yet. I need to get back to this one, freshen it up, and finish it off. Dave's Mini Art, welcome, welcome, welcome in. It's good to see you, man. How are things? I saw you working on that new paint studio, man. I think you posted some pictures to Instagram. Holy shit, that storage space. Recently started 3D sculpting. It's a lot of fun. Nicky Minis, you won't get any argument out of me. I take quite a lot of enjoyment from it myself. What do you sculpt, Nicky? Anything in particular? Any particular games or anything like that? Holy moly, Max12 dropping that follow. Max, thank you so much, man. We do acrylic painting on here as well. It's not all oil painting. This is just kind of the kick I've been on lately. So we've been doing a lot of oils on Sundays and acrylics on Tuesdays. Nicky Minis also with the follow. Thank you so much. Welcome in, welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers. Just a bust so far, learning mostly anatomy at this point. That is quite the feat, to be fair, and you have my immediate respect for that. I'm not good at sculpting human anatomy. I stick to robots where I can mess with it all I want. Like, that doesn't look like a human. It's not supposed to be. It's a robot. No, okay. It's not because you're incompetent. No, not at all. Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. Who would even claim such a thing? Nicky Minis, if you feel like posting some of your work, or Max, if you felt like posting some of your work, on this stream, we are kind of all about painting, learning to paint, getting better, encouraging ourselves and one another to continue to indulge our artistic side, and as part of that endeavor, we have a bit at the end of every stream known as the Storm Report, which is an art share segment for the entire community. And if you are interested in sharing some of your work, which I strongly encourage, because as you will hear me say a number of times, we are our own worst critics, not only in the usual sense that we are harshest on ourselves, but we are genuinely the least qualified people to judge our own work the vast majority of the time. So I encourage you to get your work out there and get the opinions of other people. And if you'd like it to be shown right here on the stream so we can all take a look, all you have to do is hop over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access real easy by hitting !Discord in chat. And then pop into the channel known as The Storm Report and post up to 2 pictures of some of your work. We would be happy to take a look at them towards the end of the stream. It's just anything artsy, anything artistic. It doesn't have to be painted minis. Doesn't have to be 3D models. It could be just something you built outside. We got people who do woodwork and cross-stitch and all kinds of fun stuff. Kind of helps us all keep track of what we're all doing. I mean, if you listen to the advice about assembling the legs, we've been over this. I don't take advice. It's the one thing we don't do here, is me take advice. I give advice, and then I don't follow my own advice. This is the order of things. Gus Schultz knows what it's about. Gus Schultz knows what the order is. Gus, tell him. Make something up. I don't care. Just tell him. I had a button I was going to push, and I forgot which one it was. I would have sworn it was relevant. I'm going to go with this one. This is for you, Gus.
I never thought that I would say this. But I'm glad to see you. Very glad.
Talking about Dave Mini Art Studio? Because, yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's crazy cool looking. And I'm sincerely jelly of all the storage space, man. Good job with that. It'd be good to see you hitting the plastic again, getting some painting done, man. I may have enough room for all my paints. May. Does it fit? Good. If it doesn't, glue, add putty, and sand. If it doesn't glue, add putty and sand. You know what? Those are words to live by right there. That's even good advice for relationships. Does it fit? Good. If it doesn't, glue, add putty, and sand. Is this where we cue, I don't like sand? It's coarse and rough, irritating. It gets everywhere.
This is where the fun begins.
Paint quicker, Thunderhead. I'm really liking this green. I'm really gradually figuring out how to do this oil painting thing quicker, how to think about it, how to blend it. I have this bad habit of trying to layer like I do with acrylics. I know I've talked about it before, and it's my acrylic brain. It's muscle memory, man. Just gotta push through it. Keep trying new things. Getting back to Battletech stuff this week, want to finish up the Alien Worlds reign in advance of getting some games in. Yeah, the arrival of Wave 2 from the Battletech Kickstarter kind of has me on the same footing right now, so I'm glad to hear I'm not the only one. Like, you know, I got a bunch of mechs to paint, and I haven't for a little while. Maybe we do some of them. And I mean, I did just today assemble this bad boy from Ion Raptor, which is just... Oh, baby. Yeah. Yeah, Nikki, oils are... They're not better. They're different. They're definitely... Like there are lots of stuff that acrylics do better than oils, in my opinion. Oils have their strengths. Acrylics have their strengths. I think acrylic is the right place to start for most new painters, unless you have a history with painting in oil already. And yeah, I totally understand that. Get confident with one method before you try switching up to another one. I paint mostly in acrylic the vast majority of the time. Oils are a new experiment for me. I was actually bullied into it by Wapelius and Matt Yee and Steel a Rebel, 3 other streamers here on Twitch. They came to my house. They tied my shoelaces together. They went through my pockets for loose change, and they dumped a bunch of oil paints on my desk. So I was like, I guess this is what I'm doing now. Zombie Brush Studios also bullies me pretty regularly. He comes in and he's like, hey man, why are you painting in realistic styles and not like super cartoonish cell-shaded styles? And I'm like, well, Zombie Brush, I don't have the talent or the eye that you have. And he really does have an amazing eye for some really, really heavily stylized paint schemes that are just fucking fantastic. One more month until the stream, baby. Thank you so much for that resub, Zombie Brush. Could we get a shout out for a fellow streamer and honestly one of the most talented painters. One of the most talented painters on Twitch. I love Zombie Brush Studios' stream. I've been keeping an eye on those Patreon releases, man. Y'all are doing some good work over there. Damn, I still need to get a link up for some assembly required for your Patreon so that I can plug it here in the chat. I keep forgetting to do that. You can feel free to post a link though, Zombie Brush. Or no, I'm sorry. I just had a brain fart. In my head, I just took Zombie Brush Studios and Machine God and I went, these are the same person. I'm dumb. Wow. I'm so glad that is broadcast live for everyone to see. Zombie Brush, you can punch me in the neck. Next time you see me, man. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with my brain here. Like, wait a second. He just paints some Battletech stuff and he did some of the cool stuff for Death Ray Designs. He didn't make that. Fuck. You know what it is? It's because you did a fucking awesome job on that Atlas from Some Assembly Required. So you have no one to blame but yourself, Zombie Brush. No one to blame but yourself. Because when I think about the amazing Atlas that Machine God and Papa Bear did, I immediately think of Zombie Brush's paint job. No. That is the one thing I will not do, Data Nerd. We are drinking whiskey tonight. I don't even think Zombie Brush would want me to stop drinking. I just don't believe it. Let's be honest, this isn't even the dumbest thing I've done this week. What sip? You mean this sip? You mean that one? What about, oh, the one for the hydrate you just did. You mean this one? You mean that one there? It's good. Zombie Brush just unfollowed me. He's like, that son of a bitch. That's how dare he. I am actually going to drink some water. Like, I'm not kidding. I am going to. Just for you, though, Sheza. And only because I know it wasn't your intent. Ah. Alright, let's pop a little bit more yellow down on the actual yellow portions. I'm not gonna worry too much about the details on this guy. We're getting it done. We are getting it done tonight, chat. I tell you what. Gonna have a rum and coke. Gonna take some painkillers, so that stopped my fun. Yeah. That's not even a fun combo. It's just like, oh, it looks like I'm incredibly impaired and going to pass out very, very quickly. Since you're so good at bullying, can you bully Data Nerd and her hubs into going to Pepper Palace? Specialty hot sauce store. There are such things as specialty hot sauce stores? White Wolf, thank you for the reminder. Oh, fuck it, I've got to have whiskey around here somewhere. I don't know if I'm proud to have inspired that in you or not, Datron Voltari. It's all very contextual and I don't have the context. I'm going to choose to just be happy for you. Have a cup of chocolate milk because I have the brain of a 5-year-old and the palate of one. But you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm a chocolate milk enjoyer myself. I just always imagine fucking like Marty McFly in Back to the Future Part 3 when he goes into the old-timey saloon, sits down at the bar. Bartender's like, "What do you have?" Pushes his cowboy hat up. He's like, "Milk." Also, that movie's terrible, but what can I say? I've seen it a bunch anyway. Should actually be getting back into streaming Tuesday. Nice. I'm glad to hear that things are solidifying a bit more for you, man, because, yeah, you've been out of it for a little while, but people will be glad to have your stream back, Zombie Brush. I know I will. Just a touch. That looks pretty good. Star Wars Christmas is so much better than Back to the Future. I'm not talking bad on chocolate milk, sewer creature. What kind of a savage do you take me for? I'll tell you what, though, it's all about that rich chocolate Ovaltine. Am I right? More Ovaltine, please. As they say in the commercial. Just a little bit. Looks like I left a little bit of support attached to him, but that's okay. I think he'll survive. Anyway, one more quick round of yellow on the green, and I think I'm going to call his primary colors mostly done. Well, my oil paint jobs have come out oddly a little bit rough, but again, I think it's just because I'm really still getting used to how to apply my oils. I don't have the experience with thinning an application that I do with acrylics. I'm actually going to pull a little bit out of the middle of the panels and apply it more to the edge here. But this is why we practice. It would make that all pop. Black lining with oil paint for that comic style. You know, I may take you up on that with just a real dark green, not quite all the way to black. Actually, I might take you up on that with a little bit of a rust red in some of the shadows. Really push that green and yellow to the forefront. Grab a brush that I haven't used for anything. It's got a reasonable tip on it, just for a little bit of blending work here. Ooh, that's nice. Ooh, that's nice. I like that. Really just knocks all those transitions down to just about nothing. Oh, to square, you caught me. Oh, you got me leaning over to the left there. Let me scoot my chair. There we go. Had to settle for bourbon. Datron, what's the point even? What's the point even? I'm kidding. Bourbon's fine. Next time a little 7-Up, you'll be having a good day. That's looking pretty nice, I think. Really nails that Jade Falcon's green, doesn't it? Oop. Make sure I'm not bringing any green over into my yellows. A little bit of green in the yellow isn't going to hurt anything in the shadows. But I don't want to get my main highlights mussed up too much. One thing Wapple always drives home with his painting tutorials with oils is if a color goes anywhere, it must go everywhere. Which is not something I have really managed to implement with any effectiveness yet, but when I see him do it, I'm like, wow, I should learn to be a better painter. That's an idea. Familiar with the game Blasphemous? I am, actually. I've played a bit of it. Like most Castlevania games, I think I got halfway through, and then I was like, wow, this game's really fucking hard, and I laid off it for a week, and I just haven't come back to it. Oh, absolutely, Avash. Absolutely. He's getting ready to pull him out of the cockpit and tell him what for, I think. Alright, I got some Payne's Gray. I'm going to give that a little bit of a mix with a touch of white and a little bit of blue. I need to mix more white. It's my most used oil color. It's the only bottle I've actually mostly used up. Come on, there we go. I know there's some more in there. I'm going to be doing this on top of black, so I'm just going to lightly tinge the white with Payne's Gray to give it that blue tone, and then go in from there, I think. Nice, easy blue-gray. Let's see how this applies to my formerly metallic areas. Just going to give it a light touch. And come in and blend it a bit. I tried the Back for Blood beta. Yes, I did. I played a little bit with Vergata Rung and a teeny bit with Wombat Combat, as a matter of fact. It was fun. I haven't really been up to speed on all the developments in that whole game series. It was kind of nice to revisit after so long. See what I'm doing here is I'm just touching where I want my primary highlight to be with the color that I'm working in. This is this high blue-gray. And then coming in with my blending brush, which has nothing on it. And just kind of working it into the base black. It creates this really, really soft blend. If anything, I'm going too soft on it, but you can always add more. It's real hard to take any away.
When watching Thunderhead's stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I am so on camera, it is disgusting. Lies. There. I think I'll leave it like that. Give it a little extra help on the bottom of the barrel to give it some shape. And that is not a bad replacement for that simple metallic that I had in place before. What, you want me to paint here, Project Dark Fox? Here or here? Or do you think maybe here? Maybe over here? Quit changing your mind! God! Yeah, I like Back for Blood though. It seemed like a lot of fun. Alright, now let's see if I can do these missile launchers without completely mussing them up. I may end up having to give them an oil wash after this just because, damn, the missile launcher holes are so small it's hard not to get paint in them. But worst case scenario, I can give it a... wait for it to dry, give it a black oil wash, and then wipe it off, and it should mostly stick to the deeper spots. Yeah, as it is. Damn, it's just so... That's why when I do missile ports, I make them really, like, half a millimeter to a full millimeter deep.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
My entire chat is lying to me today. This is all gaslighting.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And more, and more, and more, and more. Yeah, this is going to be black oil wash territory, because trying to keep it out of the missile tubes is virtually impossible when they're this small. Oh well, I'll live. I don't know, Project Dark Fox. I don't know. You're gonna have to answer that question yourself. Why would you? Nefarious. Coming through with a bit of white. Let's see what I can accomplish. This is where I should have a clip of Peacemaker, particularly for situations like that. I don't know why madmen do what they do. Now, hand brushing words on shields, if that's not a one-year painting milestone, what is? Damn. Yeah, freehanding text is definitely difficult, Dr. Rhino. Be very interested to see how that works out for you. That is actually working reasonably well to be suggestive of the missile tubes. It's kind of a soft, white, directional brushing with almost no paint loaded. Of course, you don't really want that much paint loaded when you're oil painting anyway. But I mean, almost none. We can get an angle by doing a little twist there, can't we? Yes, we can. And why did I put this rock here? It's almost impossible to get the angle that I want to get. Okay, fine. No one to blame but myself for that one. There we go. No excess, yeah? Real soft, real gentle. Probably good enough. Yeah, that seems suggestive enough of the missile racks. I'm gonna call that good. Alright. Now it's time to do some blue work on Mr. Centurion. You and your suggestive racks. Johnny. I don't know where my buttons are yet. Here we go.
I'd buy that for $1.
All right. I think I'm going to be going with some French Ultramarine to start with here. This would be the standard Centurion. The model itself, Avash, is the Tyrant from Metal Core Collectibles, which you can get a link to if you hit exclamation point model in chat there. I established kind of a base layer of blue with my French Ultramarine here, which French Ultramarine is a real bully of a color. It is, it shows up on the scene, beats the crap out of all the other colors, rifles through their pockets for loose change. Just dominates everything that goes underneath it, which in this particular case is a feature that I want it for. Way to change the name. Ultramarine just leaves such a bad taste in one's mouth when uttered. Hey man, Lord McCrag is a bro, yo. Hathrear, how you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Codex Estantes. That's probably offensive. But yeah, the loadout on this one, Avash, would be for the... Because the standard Centurion is what? The CN9A? I want to say? The only difference being that we have switched the medium laser from the back to the front, which is a fairly common change. No painting for 2 weeks. My creative flow is absolutely gone. Hathrear, it is only resting, my friend. It is still there. And with all the work you've been doing lately, give yourself a chance to rest. I personally find, and I know I've said this before, but it remains true, that if I put pressure on myself, it's less likely to come back. Take a break. Enjoy the rest. Let your brain... Just put that big brain of yours on ice. Put that art mind of yours to something else for a little bit. And before you know it, you'll be sitting there going, man, I really want to paint this one fucking thing. And then you'll sit down and it'll just flow. Not going to be able to do the cockpits tonight because the color I want to use on them is currently still being delivered by Amazon. I might be able to go out and grab it out of the mail here in a bit. I don't know. We'll see how far we get. I'm looking to get to the point where I only have a few details left to hit to finish this guy off. Blend French Ultramarine and Prussian Blue. Do you get the Franco-Prussian War? Wait, that's really dumb. Oh, God. It's so bad. Oh, no. God, I hope not. That was a hell of a fucking war, as I recall. I say as I recall as if I was alive when it happened. As I recall from reading about it in history books, recollecting events from hundreds of years ago. What is the plastic piece attached to the painting handle? Ghost. This is a painting handle that I developed myself recently. It is fully magnetic in nature. And what it is it's a trigger. You see how when I hold this in my hand, I can kind of wrap my index finger around it and pull on it, which gives me a much more secure, kind of throttled up grip. You can throttle up even more on it by using your middle finger there and your index finger on the next one. And then if I want to get a funny angle, I can remove this from my paint handle entirely, and I can go for the full claw grip. I'm holding the Mini essentially in the palm of my hand, and then I can brace my hand up real close and do super duper fine work. You can also flip it upside down this way, brace it with your thumb, so you can get some fresh angles on the Mini. Yeah, triggers are one of those things where once you get used to them, they're kind of hard to do without, but the first time you see them, yeah, they're like, what the fuck, what is he doing there? What is that supposed to be? Some kind of maniac device? So, let's take a brush with a little bit of a squared off profile on it, not too nuts. I'll use my sable brush. Still using part of an old lamp as a handle. There's nothing wrong with using exactly what you have available as a painting handle. Pieces of cork are really good. Pill bottles are excellent. I've seen people use... Yes, it has a flared... Yes, okay, so let's get it out of the way, Sheza. It's a butt plug, and it goes in your butt. That's the joke. Always remember the flared base, ladies and gentlemen. God damn it. I forgot what I was saying. Couldn't have been that important. Looking to desaturate this a bit anyway, so I'm just going to grab some white on my main brush. I'm going to apply some highlight spots, and then we're just going to come through and we're going to blend them out, and see what happens. I had to redo the arm, so I hope it doesn't wind up looking too crazy relative to the rest of the figure. I'm really just trying to be as lazy as I can with these highlights, not paying too much attention, just hitting any spot that the brush wants to catch as I swipe it by. Now let's try hitting it with a quick blend. See what it looks like, because it's pretty dark. That brush has a little bit of mineral spirit on it, and that's not good for what I want to do. Let me grab a freshie. I'm going to sell the files for that handle, Valfera. I have sent a few of them out to some people just for kind of product testing. But yeah, I'm thinking that I'll probably, once I have it a little more refined, make it available on Steel Warrior for, well, I'm thinking only like $3. It's just a paint handle, for God's sake. Arm's going to take a little bit more work because I started it black and went to blue, but let's just catch the rest of these. See how it looks. His arm came off and I had to repaint it, which is why it wound up black instead of the base blue that everything else was. Alright, let's try this again. Ooh, that's nice.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a
How many
box.
magnets does it use? Quite a lot. It does use a lot of magnets because of the way that I had to mount the this guy while still having it printed in orientation where it stays strong. I've been thinking about alternative arrangements. Right now it uses 14 magnets in the base and 28 per puck, but it is really strong as a result. And for this particular application, I'm willing to use a lot. Well, okay, you could just get thicker magnets too. They're 10mm by 3mm magnets. So you could just get 10mm by 6mm magnets and then it would use half as many. I just doubled up. But the thing is, this is strong enough to hold up even a metal warjack. And when it comes to making sure that my model doesn't just fall right off my paint handle, I'm willing to go ahead and invest a little bit more. I figured I'd much rather have it be too strong than too weak, you know what I mean? Because I'll feel like an asshole if I'm like, look at the magnets, look how good the magnets are, and then the whole fucking thing falls off. Scale looks a bit bigger than 6mm. No, that's about right, Ghost. Because you have to remember, a guy would be sitting inside its head there. Or do you mean this guy, the whole thing? There's a space in here between the two sets of magnets. Oh, the base for the Mini? And there's not really much on it except some rocks and some craters. Grab a touch of blue to saturate the arm a little bit more because it has wound up a lot darker than I'd planned. Oh, yeah, no, the hex is quite large. This is not a 33mm hex, and it is not meant to be. Yeah, this isn't really meant as a game piece so much as just a display piece diorama. It is significantly larger than the average Battletech base. What? Oh my god, Wolfen Spawn. Thank you so much. 17 months. What's this then? 17 months of subscribing. Holy shit. How you doing today, Wolf and Spawn? Thank you so much for your support, man. Blue down in here, get some on the head here, hit all the details. I have to come back in and do the cockpit glass once my cadmium crimson shows up. It's really just kind of an orange-red, but I was getting tired of trying to manually mix orange into red, so being lazy about it. Debating whether I want to rearrange my bolt-action fin so that each of the 3 squad types has their own distinct sculpts for ease of identification on the table. Right now, for 2 of the 3, I'm relying on difference in weapons. Well, I always try to err in favor of gameplay-friendly modifications. I think that sounds worth it, just to make sure that your game actually plays nice and smooth, particularly for something like bolt-action, where it can be tough to tell the difference between squads just because everybody's kind of like, hey, look, it's a man! And he's wearing a coat, and he has a gun. It's different games like Warhammer, where it's like, oh, well, these are distinctly cyborgs with crazy razor claws. Bolt action is based on reality, where most soldiers pretty much look the same. And guns can be tricky to distinguish, because everything is also at true scale. This is even lazier than what I was doing before, and I kind of like it, so I'm just going to keep doing it. This is one step above dry brushing. That's arguable. It might just be exactly the same thing. Like I said, man, we are racing to the finish line on this guy. I'm tired of looking at it half-painted on my desk. I'd rather it be painted quickly than not painted at all. Still fairly effective, I think. One step above dry brushing. Would that make it moist brushing? That's accurate, because it is moist as it goes down, and it could still be blended or mixed more. But I'm mostly taking almost all of it off my brush and then just applying a quick dry brush-like method of laying it down and letting... Now, this is a testament to the quality of the models that Metal Core Collectibles does, honestly. Because with a model that was not so well defined, this would not be so easy to do. But he's got nice, crisp details that just leap out at my brush, so I'm letting them guide me. And the fact that it's oil means that if I get to a wide panel, I can just sort of draw it out, and it blends very naturally and without much or any effort. But that's thanks to that little blue pre-glaze that I did, courtesy of Stila Rebel's advice. Her and James Wapple, he loves to do the pre-glazing too. These magnets pull 15 pounds with one and 70 with two. After testing the ones that I put in, and, you know, adjust it to taste for you, for Gadarung. The ones that I put in, I got off of Amazon. They might be N42, or rather, N42, N46, the one that's below N52. I don't know that they're N52s. You might be able to get away with fewer if you were doing full N52s from, like, K&J Magnetics or something. That's one of the reasons that I'm sending them out to Vergaderung, is to see what other people's experiences are with the magnets and the strengths, because I could just as easily make multiple files with different size recesses depending on the magnets that people wind up using. It's a very bespoke painting handle. It's made to my very particular needs, which is, again, why I'd like more people to use it before I make it available to anybody. Out of here. Oh, it is easy construction for Gadarung. The whole thing twists together. You don't have to glue anything on this entire thing. It all twists together. You can remove the magnets and the weights if you want. And I also included with the files a link to the very specific magnets that I am making use of. I'll tell you, I could go for some fancy hot sauces. If you do wind up going to this amazing hot sauce shop, please do let me know. I love hot sauces. Give me something exotic. Some of the same stores buy me. Wait, what? Nobody told me that. You don't. Vergaderung, they're in stacks, man. You take two, you stick them in the slot. You take two, you stick them in the slot. The other option you have is getting magnets that are like 1.5 inches wide, and, you know, God help you trying to manipulate those fucking things, dude. Believe me, I tried. That sucks. You would rather do it this way, because you have to consider, you need a wide array of magnets on these guys, because you want it to be able to connect to metal washers or to a broad surface. Well, I wasn't reading, was I, Sheza? But I mean, you twist this open and you can see. They're arranged in a pattern like that, so that you've got grip across the entire surface. And again, God help you if you're trying to do that with just a magnet that's 1.5 inches wide. Again, I've tried that. It sucks. They're impossible to get apart, and half the time you break them. But if you've got suggestions, please feel free to toss them my way. I am open to making changes. Can't promise I will, but I am open to it. I tried to magnetize my models once and I ended up pitching it at a wall. This is the glory of 3D printing those sewer creatures. So many of these things can be made with magnets in mind from the very outset. Which means that all you really need to do is glue the magnet in the pre-existing slot. You don't have to do any drilling or sizing or guessing, and you just have to get the polarization, the polarity right. 'Cause if you fuck that up, you know, there's not much anybody can do for you. This is working surprisingly well, what I'm doing here, I think. I don't know, what do you think, chat? You're watching me, what do you think? Is this white highlight going pretty decent, considering how fucking easy it is to do? There's one in Lakewood and one in Thornton. That's a bit of a drive, but not bad, really. Can't tell it's off the bottom or behind your face. Behind your face. Got it wrong. Somebody fucking ban for got it wrong.
I bet you think you're pretty smart, huh? Think you could outsmart a bullet?
Smart ass. Forgot a point though. Oh no. Oh, that's bad. Don't make that a thing. Nobody ever say that again. We have a Finn player in a local group that has some Finn stuff. Not sure if it was bought or printed. Sent you a message to their site. Interesting. Quick and Easy is definitely the name of this particular game today, though. Quick and Easy. I am going for quantity of models finished in the next few months, because I've definitely hit a point where I'm letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, and that is not a good place to be.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then pull it off screen entirely.
I'm gonna sit over here and paint.
Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Think about that. I'm gonna hold it over here. This is what we're doing from now on. Speaking of magnets, making something like a row of jersey barriers, the husk of a car at Hot Wheels scale, stick to plastic like your painting handle. How much magnet would you recommend? I have no idea how much pull force is too much and how little is look at the table funny as they go flying. Oh, I'd grab something that's at least... Yeah, it depends on the magnets you use, but if we're talking like N52 magnets... For sticking together jersey barriers, like, hang on. Stick the plastic like the painting handle. So if you're looking to stick it to a painting handle so you can move it around like this, overdo it. There's no reason not to overdo it, because then you can just apply a little extra strength when you slide it free. Get yourself some nice big magnets for that. Grab yourself some discs that are like 8 to 10 millimeters across and at least 2 to 3 millimeters thick. And if one is not enough for you, just add another one. Magnets will increase in strength as you stack them up to their width. If you've got disc-style magnets, you can, like if you have a 10 millimeter wide disc magnet, you can stack those magnets until they're 10 millimeters thick, and at that point they will stop gaining strength. But up to that point, they will gain strength. For terrain, I'll usually use like 3x2 millimeter N52 magnets, because you don't want that to stick too much. For terrain, I like it to kind of hold together, but I can still remove it without applying too much force. And for that, I usually use like 3x2 millimeter. Three by 2 millimeter is my most used magnet. Also could be called 1/8 by 1/16 of an inch if you're using Imperial. Which, if you're using Imperial measurements, why? What went wrong? Who hurt you? Was it a metric ruler? 'Cause if so, I'm sorry. I promise you it's better. I promise you metric is what you want. Oh, what did I miss? What did I miss for you, from you, WJ? How you doing there, Bassy? What mech is that on top of the Mad Dog? Centurion, quite the war prize for a medium that's barely right at the middle 50-ton mark. Yeah, but it's an inner sphere mech. And as an inner sphere mech, while technologically inferior, the heart of the warrior is much stronger. Those Kleiners, they've got no gumption, they've got no zazz, they've got no chutzpah, you know what I mean? So, you know, they go down like bitches even when they're in better mechs. This is just the way of things, and I think everybody knows that. Oh, Hethrear, why did I scroll up? Why did I scroll up at all? Oh, no. WJ, it's good to see you, man. I got no fire. Yeah, see, the guy with the smile, he knows what I'm talking about. That's why he's smiling. Because he knows that a true knight of the inner sphere is never defeated. I agree. There are many comparisons to make, Sewer Monkey, between clanners and cornered monkeys with sticks. Yeah.
Take a seat, young Skywalker.
Alright, rinse this a little bit. Grab myself a little bit more Payne's Gray. Used up most of my white here, too. Should be enough. Corbin, my man. I got no fire. I mean, I just quit smoking. If I knew... Father, do you smoke? Oh, Riot sister, it is good to see you.
Hello there.
Raise a glass to Blizzard. I assume not the company. He was a cantankerous asshole, but he was my cantankerous asshole. Are we talking about a pet? Datron Voltari? As if so, I missed the comment on it. Let's see. Oh, yep, here we have it. Thursday hitting you harder with... Dude, yeah. Datron, my thoughts are absolutely with you. I recently lost 2 cats, and I say this only to get across that it, even after months, still hits me on an almost daily basis. I hate to say things like it gets easier, because every time someone said that to me, I found myself thinking, I don't want it to get easier. But my thoughts are absolutely with you, and anything you need to work through it, man. So here's the Blizzard, right here. You will be remembered. And good on you for taking such good care of him, my man. And that's always what I try to remember. Lamunes is particularly in the case of Bill Ponderosa. He died as a kitten, unfortunately, and he had something that was terribly wrong with him from the moment he was born, and there wasn't really anything we could have done about it. We didn't find out about it until it was almost upon us, and I just remind myself that with us, he had the best life he ever was going to get. He was dealt a shitty hand in life, and it was never going to be any better than we were able to make it, so I'm glad that we were able to do that for him. Would it be weird to eat the skin of a kiwi fruit? That's a little bit of a change of gears. I don't think that's weird. Sounds like it would be very tart. I don't think it would necessarily be weird, though. It's not like the fuzz is bad for it. I eat, like, when I eat kiwis, I just bite into them. I don't bother cutting them, you know? I don't eat kiwis that often, mind you, but, yeah, I just eat them. It's a fruit, for God's sake. I'm very, I'm not a religious man. By any stretch of the imagination, I consider myself something of a realist and a humanist. But if I were going to subscribe to any religious tradition, it would be a fairly Norse one, in that I believe we should celebrate the dead when we are able to. I'm very Klingon about death. We should celebrate their life as a warrior. Celebrate the way that they fucking embraced it, the good things that came out of it, and be happy for them. That they have moved on to whatever the next thing is, be it that you believe it is some place, or if you think that it's just the embrace of oblivion, because in many ways the embrace of oblivion is fucking preferable to the suffering of material life. These are my personal beliefs, mind you. This is what I will keep in mind for Blizzard as I remember what little I know of him through you, Datron Voltari. Celebrate that life. And you know, that you were lucky enough to share it. So we light the backlog on fire and scream, "Streamer fell forward again," as I head to Stovacor. Yes, please do, as a matter of fact. Burn it all. And inhale the toxic fumes that I might poison you on my way out. Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna do the Worf yell, the throw your head back. It seems perhaps a bit much for streaming, I must confess. I don't know, do you like the glass top over the magnetic one on the Ender 3? So I haven't used the magnetic top, Rodan, but I love the glass one to the point where I've never really felt the need to move on to anything else. I can't compare them, I can just say that I quite like the glass bed. Hit some highlights on this autocannon here. Look, as long as we're not getting into the whole Red Vine Swizzlers thing again, you can talk about candy. Just don't go challenging the fucking candy status quo, alright? Because the status is not quo. To reference something that gets older every year and makes me feel even older every time I realize how old it is. Remember when NPH was the thing the hip young kids were into and not like kind of an aging... what's the word for who NPH is now? He's like a family man, for God's sake. Dude, Starbursts are delicious, right, sister? Data Nerd, thank you for the reminder. Oh, God. Oh. Look, the candy wars are over, Hethrir. We've settled this. That's fine, Kursala. You can believe that. As long as you're not trying to tell me that red vines are better, we don't have any argument, because it's just silly. It's just silly. Even saying it makes people look and sound stupid. Shez, I'm making that one of water, let me tell you what. Almost out of whiskey, for God's sake. I can't drink it all now. Can we talk about how gross licorice is? You know, Oprah, I used to agree with that. Now, it's an acquired taste, certainly, and it's not something that I'm going to sit here and go like, no, it's really good and everybody should try it, because if you don't like licorice, you don't like licorice. And I certainly didn't for a long time, but fairly recently, I have acquired a taste for, like, good licorice. Like, the more expensive kind of artisanal Black Forest-style licorice. But it's an acquired taste, and it's not like it tastes good, it just has a flavor that you can learn to appreciate. I think that these are different concepts. Grab some white here. Might end up doing some more blues on the gunmetal just to differentiate it, but for the moment, I'm just going to stick with my kind of desaturated Payne's Gray. No reason to complicate things. Oh, there's a random bit of debris that looks like it got stuck down with my primer coat. Let's see if we can't do something about that. That's not a good look. Hate when I don't catch that until I'm painting. Nope. To the left, no, to the right. Just a hop to the left and a step to the right. Put your hands on your hips. Remember to breathe. These are all important tips, to be fair. I'm gonna have to hit that panel line again, but that's okay. A little bit more of my Payne's Gray mix here. Go. And let's hit a couple of these guys. Again, I can't do the cockpit glass yet. I do not have the red that I want to use, but that's no reason I can't hit the rest of these details. Now, I would contrast the depth of the missile tubes on the Vulture with that on the Centurion, because look at that. That is so nice. This is so nice. But then I am painting an Ion Raptor model from like a few years ago that I think he discontinued before I even met him. Because I downloaded this before I knew Ion Raptor. Highlight these missile tubes, help them pop out a little bit. Hey, Steela, how you doing? Don't you patronize me, Steela, queen of the oily highlights. How dare you. This is the problem. This is the problem with getting compliments from somebody that you, like, thoroughly admire as an artist. Some part of you is always going, they're fucking with me. They're fucking with me because I know that they're better than this. Steela Rebel. It's good to see you. How are things? Loving that lamp black, by the way. It definitely goes down real opaque. Steela, this has been about the laziest oil paint job I have done so far. I'm just flinging color at this thing. Not even that vivid, pretty desaturated, but I kind of like that for mechanical items, you know? Like a big robot. Where'd you use the lamp black? I just went, I hit all these before I came in and did some quick highlights. Any place that I'm putting white now, and then on the gun arm. I had some other colors down before, so the fact that it's as opaque as it is really helped to cover those up. Where there are 2 storm reports, there shouldn't be one, WJ. Okay, I had one for a little bit too. Try reloading your Discord, WJ, because that fixed it for me. One of them does not exist in actuality. I've started using a finer brush on my oils, and it is, like, not for everything, not for my base coating and broad coloration, but for my detail work, and it has stepped it up quite a lot, Steela. I picked up that cadmium crimson that you recommended, by the way. I'm going to use that to finish off my dread bust. I just need a little extra punch to my red on the helmet, I feel like, and just mixing in orange was not yielding the result that I was hoping for. So I'm hoping that crimson can kick it up. I will. Yeah, it should be out, like, in my mailbox right now. It didn't get here in time for me to mix it up for the stream. That's what I'm doing, right? I'm a streamer? Sounds right. Detail for the hips, knees, and ankles. Not a lot. I just want to pick out some of these sculpted details that Metal Core put in here. Just kind of some background flavor. We can punch Thunderhead. Wait, what? No. No punching. We are a nice, happy stream filled with good, wonderful feelings all the time, and we don't punch people. the red is going to do a lot to kind of add a little bit of interest here and here. Ooh, I neglected to do some yellow work on the Vulture, and I just completely forgot about it. It's right on the front of the mech, too. I want to challenge Thunderhead to a punching batch all. That's just a fight. What you're describing is just a fight. Yes, this is the new, as you say, super cyber power magnet painting handle. Everything connects using a series of magnets. I think I had another better name for it, but I can't think of what it is now, so probably wasn't that good. Alright, I'm gonna start zazzing up the base a little bit here. Bit of Terra Rosa. I want to work some red in because I'm going to have a few repeated red spots. Oh no, I got oil paints directly on my desk. What a genius I am. Let's go ahead and just pull that right up real quick. There we go. Little bit of Terra Rosa for the base. Use a brush that isn't already saturated with white spirits, probably. That's a silly thing to do. Punchies for the right to finish the model. But I don't want to do it. No. This is why clan culture is stupid. Because now people want to apparently engage me in a trade of punches to see who gets to finish a model. It's nonsense. Yeah, just get your own Tyrant. An exclamation point model. Go to Metal Core Collectibles, buy a Tyrant, and then you don't have to batch all anybody for anything. Buy a new mech like a proper inner sphere. Just person. Not even anything special, just person. Who's betchalling who? I don't know. It's going a little crazy up in here. Everybody wants to fight me for the right to finish painting my model, apparently. Wholly unnecessary, I might add.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Go ahead and slap some of this Terra Rosa around on the feet. A little bit on the underside of the pelvis, some on the legs will probably look good. Same for the Tyrant. After all, they've been marching around in this very same dirt, have they not? I demand a stream-wide game of Punchies, right? This isn't even a game. You just made this up. Punchies is not a game. It's not a thing, sewer creature, for the love of God. As Project Dark Fox notes, it's called the Circle of Equals, and it's for fucking savages. Finished the 4th season of Babylon 5 yesterday. I feel like I want to talk to you about that sometime. I'm very confused. It is confusing, Steal a Rebel, and I don't blame you. I was wondering when you may get to that point. There is another series you can watch after that called Crusade that I personally am not a huge fan of. We'll have a conversation. Good old Babylon 5. Holy shit. Burbert B. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Oh, don't knock that over. I think next I'm going with Enterprise. I just finished my recent rewatch of Enterprise Steal a Rebel. Well, I'm about to. I got 2 episodes left. Lord Hathrier, thank you so much for stopping in, man. I will be seeing you pretty damn soon from the look of things. More red. I want more Terra Rosa in here. Really kind of saturate the dirt. I want it to be iron-rich dirt, damn it. Then, I'm going to take some yellow ochre. After this stream is over, I'm only going to let myself do some tiny details with some colors that were in the mail today, so I'm really just rushing here. I think we're going to do some more speed paint themed sessions, because I'm tired of doing like 9 streams on the same fucking model, and I just want to finish some stuff. A little more sparing with the application of this. No, okay. Let me just establish one more time. Punchies is not a thing. You just made that up, and nobody recognizes it but you. It's not going to be a thing. Stop trying to make Punchies a thing. It's not going to happen. You are not streets ahead. Which is obviously a real phrase that everyone should use. No, WJ, the hype emote is not... That's not Punchies. That's defend the fucking worldsies, okay?
Elbow rocket! Now!
Now, if you wanted to play a game called Elbow Rocket, maybe we could talk. In a little bit of pale rose blush here. I think, does it? I think it has, so WJ, the tabletop game for Pacific Rim plays a little bit like X-Wing. And the special attacks for a given Jaeger are a special deck of cards that it gets that you can go through, and each one can do one of 2 things. I think Gypsy Danger has an elbow rocket card. I'm pretty sure she does. haven't played it in a little while. I feel like she does, but then I also feel like maybe she just has a Vibro Sword card and didn't get Elbow Rocket, which would be a shame. I can't remember offhand. I'm gonna have to check. Yes, ban it. Ban it, Riot Sister. Away. Away with the fucking punchies. Wait, I had a button for this. It's less effective when I have to stop and think about what button I'm pushing, damn it. Oh well. Wait, that was it? Do it. So much less effective when I have to talk about it. Grandpa used to play punchies in World War II with his mates. Game of true gentleman. You're just describing a dark past where people punched. It's like saying, "Oh yeah, we used to go down to the train tracks and throw rocks at each other to have fun." Who the fuck does that? How about boxing? Well, that's a sport. That's different. It's an actual recognized sport by, like, more than just Sewer Creature. Let me get a touch of burnt umber to work with here. Oh god, I missed my mixer and I put my finger in it and that felt weird. Oh god, no, WJ. No, if you're playing it with rings, you're definitely on the wrong track, man. You gotta take the rings off. I'm trying to use up the last I have in this little bottle, because I mixed a larger bottle of burnt umber, but I know there's a little bit left in here. It just doesn't want to come out. I'm gonna have to scoop it out by the end of this. Give it a good whack. It's a little thick. There it is. Yeah, I think that's probably the last of it. And I'm gonna need a touch of my burnt sienna. Where'd that go? Here it is. Anyone ordered stuff from Dick Blick before? Just gave it a go waiting for a shipping estimate. I personally have not. I'm sure there's some people in chat who are more familiar. I do like burnt sienna. It's one of my most used oil colors. It's fairly transparent, though. I find something like burnt sienna with a little bit more opacity to it might be good for me. Gives you the munchies. Are we talking about the same thing? Because I have those too, but it wasn't from punching people. Maybe I've been mistaking what you meant this whole time. We're talking about getting high, chat? Because, I mean, I'll have that conversation. just want to kind of pick up some of the internal texture on these craters. I might wind up redoing them, I don't know. Yeah, that's not going to work. I'm going to wind up redoing them. That's okay. Let's slather a little Payne's Gray onto these rocks to add a little bit of visual interest to the base. Metal Core Collectibles dropping that 19-month resub. Did I ever print out the elbow rockets for the Tyrant? I haven't printed them out yet. I had assembled this one well before they were available, but I have another Tyrant that is ready to go for those ones. MCC, thank you so much for the 19 months of subscribing. Holy crap. Has it really been that long? Like, I know it has, but seeing the number every time blows my mind just a wee little bit. Oh, you can't get one over on Riot Sister. She is fucking 10 steps ahead, chat. Or at least one letter ahead. Yes, yes, Riot Sister. Indulge my power fantasy. Hey, what's up, Suicide Prinny? Oh. I hadn't realized that you hadn't replaced the letter, you just added in the underscore. Whoopsies.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
I should warn all of you that I do give my mods broad authority to do basically whatever they want in the name of enforcing order upon a chaotic universe. So, you know, cross them at your peril, I guess is what I'm saying. Set on the rocks for just a minute. I don't want to finish the work on the head until I'm able to do the cockpit glass, so I'm going to leave that for the moment. Need a few more spots in here. So, each of these need their cockpit glass lensed, and I gotta figure out something to do with these little medium lasers in the chest. What do you think of this so far? I'm feeling pretty decent about it, considering how quickly I've been able to do it. Avash, thank you so much for the reminder. Hey, Matt Yee. How we doing today, man? You get a shout out pretty please for... Oh, fuck. Damn it. I always look like an idiot when I ask for a shout out and I look and somebody's already done it. I need worse mods. I need to put out an application. Would anybody like to be a worse mod than the ones that I have right now? You can be significantly more incompetent to make me look better. Please apply on the Discord. I'm thinking some more weathering. I'm probably going to dab some weathering powders down in around the feet. And then, yeah, I need to zazz up the cockpit glass, do a little bit of lensing work, add a few more splashes of color into the torsos. Wait, what's not 3020? This is totally 3025. Okay, no, this is okay. Yeah, this is not 3025 because this is Jade Falcon. This is me trying to bridge the gap between the noble gentlemen of Battletech 3025 and the slavering hordes of post-3050 fanboys. I mean, the cultured and noble fans of the clans. That's what I meant to say. That was what was in my head. I don't know why it's not what came out of my mouth. But, you know, I can't be expected to manage that 24 hours a day. I mean, what am I supposed to think about everything I say, like, before I say it? That's crazy. You'd be here all day. And I would never say anything. It would make for a boring stream. I have to do something about this panel. It's a little bit of a different mix than the rest of them do because I don't think I hit it with Sienna when I hit the other ones. But that's alright. Shock 21, 1 year, 12 months. I'm gonna sneeze in celebration. It was your celebratory sneeze and I hope you liked it. Oh god. Because I am a slobbering, foaming at the mouth 3025. What's slobbering? I'm not saying that it's not the kind of thing that I would do. Slobbering sounds very much like a verb that I would actively engage in. I'm just wondering what it is. Try something real quick. I might wait before I do that, because I'm thinking what I can do is let this blue work that I did kind of settle in, do my red detailing on the cockpit glass, and then come in with a little bit of cobalt blue just to saturate some of my highlights up a little bit more. Yeah. I think that could work. I think I'm actually going to go out to my mailbox and see if my Cadmium Scarlet is here or not, because I want to use it, and I could just mix it up right on my palette. I am Mr. J. How you doing today, man? Welcome in. Slobbering. When you can't be damned to think about what you say before you say it.
Let me try that! Cobra assault cannon, state of the art, bang bang.
I am going to take a quick moment. I'm going to take a bio break. I'm going to get myself another drink. I'm going to hit my mailbox real quick. And I'm going to come back in and hopefully have my Cadmium Scarlet so I can use it to add a bit more color to this work. I'll be back in just a minute. So don't touch that dial or mouse or whatever peripheral it is that you use to interface with Twitch. Don't touch it, leave it alone, for the love of God. If you play with it, you'll go blind. Well, that was kind of a disappointing trip. Amazon has graduated to being completely full of shit from mostly full of shit. They claim on their little online tracker, when I sat down to stream, they were like, it's 4 stops away. I go out to check now, check every spot. There's nothing waiting for me. Go on the online tracker, it says, oopsies, we tried to deliver, but there was an issue. We'll try again tomorrow. It's just a fucking lie. They didn't try to... I have cameras. I have cameras all over my property. I know exactly what you're doing and when you're fucking doing it, and you didn't even try to deliver it. What happened was your stupid fucking driver dropped it under his seat or something and didn't realize it until he got back to Aurora. So, yeah. Hopefully, I'll get that red tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm going to try to make do with my basic cadmium red. And then I'll work that scarlet in. Well, this is the nice thing about oil paints, though, is everything that I put down today will still be fairly moist, or at least capable of being refreshed tomorrow. I can start laying down a decent base anyway. Ow. Oh, that was my elbow. Oh, God, that hurt. Oh, that hurt. That hurt way too much. Oh, no. Ooh, I'm going to feel that later. Oh, and I'm out of booze. That's the other major disappointment. All in all, shaping up to be a shitty night. At least post-stream. I'll use my cadmium red and a touch of permanent rose, and I should at least be able to get a start on these cockpits. That will have to do. And yes, we are starting the storm report at its technically correct time tonight. How about that force complement for 3039? It's not 3050. What happens in 3039? Is that like the FedCom Civil War or some shit like that? 3039 has some interesting kind of updates. What year is the Helm Core discovery? Yeah, I thought so. 3039 is about the time that new manufacturing starts to show up in the inner sphere, right? It's I don't want to compliment it because I don't like it. I mean I need you guys to understand. Like, I get that it's a big tent. Everybody has their own likes, their own dislikes, but you know, Battletech for me at its peak is a universe without, and this is something that's really common to the types of settings that I like in war games. I don't know why I like the desperation as much as I do. I think Drax gets it. Drax is painting some Dark Eldar right now. He gets the attraction to despair. How you doing today, Drax? It's good to see you, man. I really like the post-Fourth Succession War world where everything is just... The only battle mechs that exist are testament to what we became before we fell. Humanity is no longer ascendant to the point that we're capable of building these gargantuan war machines that are, colossi indicative of our wealth and our power and our reach. We built them, and now they stand as ironic reminders of what we could be. But what they are in the moment is just weapons platforms that we're using to fight for survival. We're using these titanic leavings of a galactic civilization that has never been paralleled to fight for food, to fight for water, to fight for old caches of weaponry that we don't remember how to build, or we lack the manufacturing capacity and rare resources to put together anymore. There is an irony to 3025 that is delicious, almost as delicious as 15 months of Prime subs from Manro Fasal. Manro, how you doing today, man? I love the notion of these battle mechs being not just, and I say not just some big machine with guns on it. Which I feel like all battle mechs post even 3029, or rather 3039, post 3050 are just, it's a big machine with guns on it. You don't like it? Well, we can buy a better one. Like, they're arcane in 3025. Battle mechs are special in 3025. In 3025, if you've got two big mechanical legs laced with myomer and a gyro that functions, you have a leg up on most of humanity. It doesn't matter if you've got, and see, it's why I always dip out of conversations when they're like, oh, how would you optimize this mech? I'm like, I wouldn't. This is why I like things like the Shadowhawk 2H when it's assigned to me on a random assignment table, is because it sucks. It's a shitty mech. And I view Battletech almost more as a puzzle game. It's like, here, take this garbage and make it work because it's better than being on foot. Make it work. Take your Space Hawk and make it function. This is a whole lot of not complimenting 3039. Yeah, I am definitely sidestepping that in a big way, Kursala. Not even gonna pretend that. The most common mech in existence is the shitty Locust. Yeah, that's what's great about it. It establishes a baseline, and that's the thing. The Locust isn't shitty when there are that many of it compared to other mechs. Because you can go, oh, the Orion is a better mech than the Locust. It's like, yeah, and how many fucking Orions are there? No, I'd rather have a Spider. How many Spiders are there? There's like 50 of them in the galaxy? Like... It makes every single mech special. It means that every mech has a story. Every mech has a personality. Every mech has pedigree. Every mech means something. And post Helm Core, mechs don't mean anything anymore. Mechs are no more meaningful in 3050 than the average fucking Scorpion tank is in 3025. That's my opinion. And I feel like if you're gonna bother taking a tank and putting it on two legs and giving it a face and giving it arms and wiring it into a Nero helmet, you better have a fucking story to go with it, or what's the point? Why aren't we just battling with tanks at that point? Tanks are more effective, for that matter. I don't know. I just got something very different from the early Battletech setting that I feel like a lot of people did. But this is sort of the story of my life, is be a fan of something and then over time find out that I'm not a fan of it for the same reason that the people that I, grew up with it with. Like with Star Wars, it was like, oh, I was into totally different things than you guys were, whoopsies. What I'm trying to say, chat, is I'm super fucking cool and super duper unique, and everyone else is generic and nowhere near as awesome as I am. Ultimately, this is the core thesis of my argument. Oh, God. I'm such a fucking edgy bastard. I do like Ogre. I mean, I'll sit here and claim that the original Battle Droid setting, because there was one major change that happened when Battle Droids became Battletech. And that was in Battle Droids, one of the first things that was written was, we don't build mechs anymore. We can't build mechs anymore. And then they were like, Battletech, we can build some mechs. We can build some mechs, and is that more reasonable from a realism perspective? Yes, but I don't give a fuck about realism in my crazy far future fantasy space setting. I don't give a shit. Wave your hands in the air and go, we can't build mechs anymore because, I don't know, we don't have any more Element X. Make it up. It's more interesting that way, because if you've got a mech, it's like, well, this mech has been fighting for 250 years. That's why it's here now. Or this mech was buried. This mech got taken down with a superficial injury in a battle and got buried for 200 years. And we dug it up and we repaired it lovingly, and now it walks again. And does it work like it did when it was new? No, but you know what it's fucking better than? It's better than a rocket launcher and a couple of rifles, which is what we had before. This is an interesting story. It's the same reason that I don't really give a crap about, like, the grand politics of Battletech. They weren't all. In Battle Droids, I don't think they were all piloted by AI. That was a thing, and they did change that, and I think that that's for the better. There were still mech warrior pilots, though, and as it happens, Dracari, I fucking love Iron-Blooded Orphans. Because, yeah, Barbados, they dig that shit out of the dirt. Oh, I wouldn't stand here for a moment, Drax, and say that it's realistic, because you can think your way around the issues of 3025 using, like, modern data storage and everything, like, in 10 seconds. But you can do that with almost any fantasy sci-fi setting. Like, if we're gonna have that, if that's gonna be a point that's being made, then we have to turn around and go, yeah, but nothing in Warhammer 40k makes any fucking sense either. But here's the thing, Warhammer 40k is still fun. It's not as fun as it used to be, in my opinion, but it still knows how to have fun with itself, and yeah, it definitely has that retro edge to it. It has that Z-Rust, you know, that the future as it was imagined 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40. God damn, the 80s were 40 years ago. Oh, shit. Oh, that hits. That hits hard. 40k has the dogma of religion, but the notion that, like, there are many things, Drax, that in the canon of 40k only makes sense because we wave our hands in the air and go, we don't know what happened during the Age of Apostasy. We don't know what happened in the Dark Age of Technology. We don't know why the Golden Age of Technology came down. We don't know shit about what happened between the moment that humanity began to fall and the time that the Emperor rose up with his Thunder Warriors to conquer the Earth in the name of reason or whatever. There's a big gray area there where your mind can fill in whatever nonsense it has to make sense out of the complete nonsense of the current setting. And that's what the Fourth Succession War is. It's just like, some shit happened, man. I don't know what to tell you. Enough nukes and apparently we can lose a lot of data. It doesn't matter. What matters is the notion of these anachronistic, noble warriors, these individual fighters standing astride the field of battle like a god of war in a humaniform, an anthropomorphic war machine that's older than their family, dueling with other warriors wielding similarly antiquated battle gear. They don't know how to build it, they just know how to pilot. All we have left as a species at that point is our fucking spirit. I find that inspirational. And then somebody, you know, stumbles into a computer, a fucking solid-state drive, and they're like, oh, it says in here that we can build more of them now. And it's like, oh, sweet, we can stop giving a shit about battle mechs now because we're gonna make a bunch more. It's fine, guys, don't worry about it. And I'm like, I won't sit here and pretend that that story necessarily would have held up over all this time either, that people would still be interested in it. I get that you have to update your setting. I get that. I just don't like it. I was fine with it right where it was. I'm still fine with it right where 3025 is. I still play games set in 3025. At this point, it's more of a meme to be like, 3025 Grognard than it is to be into 3025 as a setting. They had spaceships kind of Drax. If we're talking about 3025, they kind of had spaceships. They couldn't really build new jump ships anymore. Well, yeah, Drax, but what you're dealing with is the fundamental flaw in the existence of battle mechs at all, because here's the thing. To be into Battletech, you must accept the basic conceit that doesn't make any sense. And that conceit is, we built tanks with legs. Why? Why did we do that? They don't work any better than tanks. In fact, they're significantly worse than tanks in almost every conceivable way. It takes the acceptance of nonsense magic technology to even imagine that they would work. We have to imagine things like Myanmar bundles. We have to imagine the super lightweight alloys that they're built of. We essentially have to, like Mass Effect, like so many sci-fi settings, like Dune, we have to wave our hands in the air and go, Element X made it possible. And at that point, then, just who gives a shit? Except coolness, exactly, Shock 21. It is the cool factor. They don't make any fucking sense, but they're awesome, which is why I love them. And that's why I like making them kind of arcane. Don't explain all the details. Don't go into everything about every damn mech, and don't upgrade them. Just leave them arcane, weird, and kind of shitty. That's why the Charger is one of my favorite mechs. It has one of the best stories associated with it, as far as it being basically a boondoggle that nobody wanted when it was built. And then it turns out that if you take a boondoggle in a realm like that, the Charger sucks. The basic Charger with its 5 small lasers, it's a terrible mech. There's no reason to use it. It was designed for a role that didn't need to be filled. And people hated it because they could buy other mechs. And so they buried them. They mothballed them for like 150 years. And then a couple succession wars later, or a few 100,000 nuclear blasts later, somebody unearths them and goes, these fucking mechs are awesome because there's a shitload of them and nobody's ever used them. Fuck yeah, we got mechs. They're excited to have the Charger now because it, has 2 legs and a gyro that works, and that's something in 3025. Engineer Brain demands to know all about mechs. Yeah, no fun allowed. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say the word Metal Core, but you're not wrong. I wonder if the polarity of this will work for what I want to do. Hey! That's easier. The ends of the spectrum are kind of fascinating, from 4 mechs is enough to take and hold a star system, to some count from bubblefuck nowhere insulted me. Probably gonna lose a regimental combat team crushing him, but that's the cost of not liking my spinach puffs. And like I said, I don't... Like, anytime I get into conversations about Battletech with people, somebody is always like, oh, but what about Kerensky, and what about the Amaris Civil War? And I'm like, the best stories for me in Battletech are the stories about characters that you make up. It's like, we're on a periphery world. Where is it? Doesn't fucking matter. It sucks. And we've got some local mercenaries, and there's some locals being harassed by some pirates and some bandits, and they've got an old blackjack and maybe a cicada, and you gotta go fight them. Let's tell our little story right here. And the politics are like, I don't care. I don't give a shit about the made-up politics of Battletech at all. Of course, that's me with every war game. I similarly don't give a shit about the grand beats of politics in like Warhammer 40k. I think I share that with a lot of people in 40k. Like, I care much more about like a story about an individual guardsman trying to survive a battle on God knows what world than I do about Belsarius Call and his latest cocktail of Superman neck jizz juice, or whatever the fuck it is that he's building. Oh, he built an AI that has his brain. Ooh, gives a fuck. God damn it. If you give a fuck, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to insult anyone who is into those things. It's just it's tiresome to me. I guess what it is that on a wargaming level, I like the stories that we tell as players. Does that make sense? I like the little stories that you and I tell across the table from one another, and the setting is just the setting. The setting doesn't need that much detail because it's just where these events are happening. It only needs enough detail to explain, why am I here? Why are you here? What are we fighting over? It's much more interesting. Yeah, apparently that's what happens, Phantom Noir. Oh shit. I've been raining for like 20 minutes. Didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna grab one more red. I can do it before we start the storm report. Yes, I love Roland. I love Gaunt's Ghosts. And I like Keophas Cain. I think Keophas Cain is a great novel series. But you know, Keophas Cain isn't fucking hanging out with the Sigilate and shit like that. Some of these things have to stay special, and once they're everywhere, they're not special anymore. And that is distilled my feeling about the clans, is all these things used to be special, and as soon as the clans show up in Battletech, nothing's special anymore. Nothing special. And then you get conversations where people are like, Shadowhawks are stupid, why would you ever use them? I'm like, because there's an interesting story to be told about why you've got a Shadowhawk, maybe. And how you make it work, despite the fact that it's not an optimal mech by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, apparently there's going to be like a Thunderdome-style throwdown. I'm not really privy to the details. Speaking of Kerensky, well, they've not ever done a 30k style advance the game by rewinding the timeline. I don't know. They keep trying to move it forward, and they keep advancing into new ages that I care less and less and less about. Like Ilclan, I look at that and I go, who gives a fuck? Like, I don't care. The clans are in charge of Earth. Who gives a shit? What does that change exactly? Meaningfully? I mean, nothing. But then I'm not really into the novels of most of these games either. Weirdly, some of the only novels based on a war game that I've ever really gotten into, some of the 40k ones I've definitely read, you know, like Gaunt's Ghosts, Keophas Cain. Most of the ones about Space Marines I avoid because they're stupid. The Maelstrom's Edge books, I read a few of those. I like Maelstrom's Edge as a setting because it kind of recognizes, I think, that dynamic. And in Maelstrom's Edge, the particulars of who's doing what politically don't matter at all within the larger setting, because the setting of Maelstrom's Edge, in a nutshell, is the galaxy is consuming itself. We are all going to die. That's the setting. The galaxy is consuming itself from the center of the galaxy outwards. Almost all of our centers of civilization have already been consumed, and all that is left is fleeing further and further, I guess farther would be the proper word, farther and farther out along the galactic spiral arms in a desperate search for dwindling resources and trying to survive one more goddamn day. Trying to get on a ship to get to that next planet so that you can find a job to earn enough money to get a ticket to get on the next ship to get to the next planet, and that is your life. That's it. That's everything. I love that setting. Because it's such a wonderful catalyst for fascinating individual stories. For finding that meaning in the individual moment, because nothing outside of that moment means anything. I'm probably just talking absolute nonsense at this point. God damn it, how do you people listen to this garbage? I agree with that, Vergatorung. I thought Comstar was actually kind of fun, but they get compared to the AdMac quite a lot. Well, Word of Blake does anyway. Well, no, forgot to run, because the clans are just like... Again, I wouldn't have minded the clans as much if their technology had been interesting, but there's nothing interesting, and I made this point earlier in the stream, there's fundamentally nothing interesting about, hey, you see that gun you have? I have that gun, but mine's better. Oh, okay, well, what about this gun? Oh, yeah, I've got that gun, too. Mine's better. What about these missiles? Oh, I've got those missiles. You know all the downsides your missiles have? I don't have those, plus mine are better. Like... What? That's not interesting game design. That's just... That's nonsense. But this is me complaining about something that literally happened 35 years ago? So, probably pretty pointless. I would like to remind and assure everybody who is in chat listening to me bitch meaninglessly right now that I do understand. I understand how utterly impotent, meaningless, and fucking pointless all my bitching is. I get it. I know it as I say it. But I'm still gonna do it. Because, damn it, I'm a giant fucking nerd and I've got opinions. I think it's healthy, though. Because, you know, and I've said this before, the world, like the real world, is a fucked up place. It's a dark, twisted, nasty fucking place. And, I'd rather bitch about the things that don't matter. Because me hating the clans, me being a 3025 fan, doesn't affect anybody, really. You can disagree with me all day long, and neither one of us are really right, because it's a matter of preference. And I'd rather disagree with you about that than about some of the real things in the world out there. So we can share this. We can share these moments of meaninglessness, in which we explore our imaginations. Give me 1 second. I need to turn on the external light I realized I didn't do when I was up, and then we're going to roll right into the storm report because it's about that time. 1 moment. Whew. Alright. Let's make it happen. And by make it happen, I mean, let me put away my paints here and let's do the storm report. That's my plan, at any rate. I don't know about you guys. Really wish that Crimson came today. I was looking forward to slapping that on my Judge Dredd bust after the stream just to finish it off, but I guess that'll have to wait until tomorrow because Amazon is a bunch of dumb, stupid, poopy faces. To put it as just as maturely as I possibly can. Let's have a look at our work for tonight. Excuse me. Hang on, I'm going to catch up here. How about a Battletech campaign where the players go exploring to find where Kerensky went and learn that his society collapsed within 100 years and there's nothing left but bandits. I prefer that Shock 21 because the clans don't make any sense. like Drax was saying earlier, there's things about Battletech that don't make any sense anyway. The clans definitely don't make any sense. Their whole weirdly idealized warrior culture would have collapsed so fast it's kind of stupid. But there I go, interjecting bits of realism into a purely fantasy universe, which I also rail against, so maybe I'll just shut up. Let's have a look at what we did tonight, though. Hang on. He's supposed to be about like there, like he's reaching for the cockpit. The lasers and the cockpit glass still need a few touch-ups. I think I'm gonna go over the blue with some cobalt and one more round of quick highlights, just to zazz it up a little bit, but for some fairly quick work, what do you guys think of this? Our Steiner Centurion / Tyrant stomping down real good on this busted up Jade Falcon's Vulture. I like it. Well, thank you so much, Square Peg. I'll do a few more touch-ups on it. I'll finish off, as soon as my Scarlet comes in, I'll finish off that cockpit glass. I'll jewel a couple of these lasers. I'm going to put down a little bit of flocking on the base, some yellows and some greens. Oh, I got to touch up these rocks. But I think I got maybe like 30 minutes. Like 30 minutes of work. Oh, Rodan. Oh, Rodan. This is why we keep you around, man. All in all, this is a fun little mini diorama, and we're going to be doing some more work from Metal Core Collectibles here in the near future. I am planning to do... I have a number of his light tanks and sprinter armored vehicles here primed up black. We're going to be painting here in the near future. Now, I'm aiming to get done with these inside of the next week or so, because I think I can do these all, honestly, in one stream with just some real simple paint jobs. Also have this Falx tank here from Kursala. I have an idea of how I want to paint it up. I'm getting this shits done. Y'all have been kind enough to send me all these figures, and I'm gonna paint them. Here we also have from Ion Raptor. He was kind enough to send me this Kraken / Bane. It is a clan mech, and I'm going to be giving another shot at whipping up the clan Thunderskunk paint scheme that has been the subject of so much frustration. I do Metal Core. I have much more than what I just showed. But yeah, we're going to be doing one of these up. I don't know that these are ever going to be available. Kursala, these ones from Ion Raptor. He's circled his wagons pretty good recently, and I'm not sure if he's going to sell these ever. But they're a really nice sculpt. They're real chunky, they got good detail. I'm looking forward to throwing some paint on this guy. Ion said no. Well, I'm just going to have to enjoy this one that I have here. It's also a perfect excuse for me to push one of my new favorite buttons. It's just so appropriate. Alright. Move my paint handle out of the way. That is printing there is going to save me a bunch of trouble in this moment when I'm like, let me carefully take my oil palette and scoot it out of the... I'll have a lid that I can just go plunk and put on it with a magnet and not worry about it. I'm very much looking forward to that. Rinse off my brush, because if I don't do it now, I will regret it in about 12 hours. And let's see what y'all have been posting in the Storm Report.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
I probably have to reset that, don't I? Is that a black screen? No, it's showing it. Huzzah! We did the thing right. Up first, we have from Mafik. Recently got the new camo for the U-Panzer, and it's kind of lame. It just added color scheme and a light, so I made a waifu out of it and added torpedo pods. William the Conqueror or Charlemagne? I'm more of a William the Conqueror guy. William the Bastard. I prefer William the Bastard, because that's what they called him when he was alive. William the Conqueror is one of those titles that happens, like no one ever called him William the Conqueror when he was alive. It was like at least a generation later that he started getting called that. Hang on, let's take a look at, there's the new skin for our little imagination-laden submarine. Ooh, thank you so much. Yeah, I noticed that. I took them out, and I'm like, maybe we throw those away. Yeah. Yeah, we bought a jar of pickles that subsequently began to ferment and expand in the refrigerator, and that's a bit much. Hey, good to have you back, sewer creature. It's our German imagination-laden submarine tank, which turns into U-Panzer Barracuda. Want to throw a sea mine at the Prince of Wales? Oh, that's a terribly rude thing to do. I like the hanging seaweed. It's a particularly nice touch, and then we have, yeah, the classic spiky sea mine over here. Looks like we have a periscope that can come up out of her head, even. Good lord, Mafik. Sehr gut. What is it? Liquor before beer, you're in the clear? I hope so. Yeah, I figured you were probably talking about the battleship Mafik and not like the actual Prince of Wales, because that would be a little bit of overkill. Just a touch. Now, is she holding the weapon, or is this weapon meant to be like a Samus style? Because it looks like her elbow is hinged on the gun. Like this has just worked right into her arm. If so, that's hot. I gotta say, I gotta think for cybernetics. What do you want? What do you want from me? I'm gonna bare my soul. God. Wonderful work, Mafik, and thank you for sharing that with us today. And guys, Mafik has his own art channel on the Discord. If you're interested in this maddening number of tank waifus that have been created. Her arm is up with the gun. Okay, I gotcha. Just kind of doing like a cradle job on it. Like ladies with big I like ladies with huge tracts of land. You know what I mean? Alright, let's come down here and see what SP Firestarter has for us. Printing this at time of post. This is Hans Hand Go. Oh no. Oh, I couldn't see it in the small picture, but now I know what it is and I hate it. I thought we'd left this behind. I thought this was over. His hands. No. I'll refund your damn points for that one to Square. That's not happening. What you monsters have done with 3D printing, I swear, I'll never understand. Kursal, I'm gonna make that a little bit of water because I really did just drink like half a beer. For the love of God, I hope what's up next is better. Here we have from Rio, little bit of whoosh. Oh my God, has Chaotic seen this? Say something nice about Hans the Hand Goat. He didn't ask to be test tube born. He I don't want to. And as far as I know, there's no part of my very, very limited affiliate contract with Twitch that requires me to honor any of my channel point redemptions. I don't think there is. I think I can just say no. Because I'm with Sewer Creature. Like, I'm going to be sleeping, and it's going to come out of a goddamn closet at me, and I'm going to wake up sweating, and nobody's going to be having a good time then. WJ, you can have your points back. Please, take your points back. I'm not complimenting that fucking goat. It's not happening. This is wonderful, though. And Rio, has Chaotic seen this yet? Have you posted this and tagged him? Because this is fucking magnificent. Do I have permission to try and draw Hans the... I mean, Sewer Creature, everything you draw is upsetting anyway. Oh my God. You guys are gonna kill me. This is terrible. I want one of these. I want a little cutout Chaotic Harmony that I can put like Slim Pickens riding a fucking missile. I want this so much. You know, Rio, we've talked before about modeling some of the things that you draw, and you make me wish I was a better modeler. Maybe... I gotta think about this. Also, I love the Rocinante that you have back here. It did not escape my notice. I have that same one. Well, I'll be drawing more. Keep it up, Rio. Keep it up. Sewer Creature's gonna draw Hans. That's why, can someone revoke Sewer Creature's art channel on the Discord, please? Could hand goats be a legit thing in Battletech due to the sheer amount of what the fuck? I mean, it could. Why would you want that to... let's see what else he posted. Someone asked me if that thing on the back is a lobster. It is. I don't know why I have one. This is a very strange Storm Report. It's very just a lot of strange things going on. Usually it's a bit more focused than this, I feel like. Not sure what happened today. I like the Normandy that you got back here. That's nice. I didn't really notice the lobster, and I don't know why you have one. Oh, he's wearing glasses. They're not metal bits. He's got a pair of glasses perched on him, is what's going on, WJ. Clan Hand Goat. Please stop. Let's just keep going down and say, oh, Lore Friendly here to rescue us. Oh, thank God. Thank you so much. Lore Friendly. 2 more done aside from the gun options for the Doom Crawler, but it's fine. I just need to fully prime and paint it all tomorrow. Oh, is that it? Assuming my assuming my airbrush, maybe I shouldn't have chugged half a beer. Assuming my airbrush hood filters come in, otherwise I need to figure out a way to prime without the hood. Honestly, priming once without a hood, as long as you've got an open window, is not gonna kill you, Lore Friendly. If you do a bunch of airbrushing over the course of a few years and continually inhale microscopic acrylic particles, like, yeah, you'll have some problems. If you do it once, you're gonna be okay. Or you can just, I guess, be responsible and wait for the hood filter. I'm really liking the, it's very much... I guess it's copper. It has a very red tone to it that kind of matches up nicely. with the base tone that you've established here. I continue to really think that the green and red is a great color combination for AdMech. Nice build job on this one overall. Is that the alternate World War II? Oh, you're thinking of Dust, WJ. Man, whatever happened to Dust? That was a great game. It came with, like, some really nice figures, for that matter. I don't know why that one never really took off the way that it should have. Well, they're looking damn good, lore-friendly. I believe in you. I believe you can get those all painted tomorrow. And you know what? If you don't lore-friendly, if you don't have it in you to paint 2 whole damn models, that's okay too, man. Give yourself an extra day. Thought you had a Dust Army a long time ago, WJ. That was back when I lived in Texas. I don't have any Dust models anymore. No, that's not true. I do have a couple of Dust models that I cannibalized. Oh, he did post that yesterday. Well, then I'm curious what happened today. Gamers Haven in Colorado Springs has a metric ton of them. Yeah, I'd imagine there's a number of game stores that have just a lot of Dust still lying around. I used to hang out at the Court of Gamers in San Antonio, Texas, and they had a massive bits bin back before we were all terribly concerned about a plague, and there was a lot of extra Dust stuff in there. Used to incorporate that into 40k armies all the time, and I cannibalized a lot of Dust models to make alternative pieces for myself. Hans gives new meaning to kid gloves. What am I doing here, man? What am I doing with my life? How did I wind up here? I have not painted Dust on the stream. That didn't happen, WJ. I challenge you to prove that I painted Dust on this stream. FFG had great Dust minis, but dumped it for Star Wars. To Square, yeah, and then this is a whole conversation. FFG very much wanted... I really shouldn't have chugged half a beer in one sitting. It's like, it's kind of all hitting me at once right now. Whoops. Fuck. FFG sacrificed a lot of their own intellectual property on the altar of Disney in order to win Star Wars Legion. And I hate that they did that because at the time I was a playtester and a major fan of Rune Wars, the miniatures game, which... Guys, Rune Wars the miniatures game was one of the best rank and flank fantasy rule sets that has ever existed. And, I've been sitting here drinking whiskey. That wasn't even my first drink for Gadarom. And yes, as a matter of fact, I am a lightweight. I don't drink that much. Anyway, I think FFG made a big mistake when they axed Rune Wars and Dust for the sake of Star Wars Legion, and then that got handed off to AMG. And now it looks like AMG is really, really cooling on Star Wars Armada and a few other games. It seems like a lot of Star Wars games have shut up shop recently, and I hope that that's not a trend that continues. Let's continue on. Here we have from Squared, working on the Centurions for Revelation Skirmish with some of Rainy River Designs' Mystic Thunder. Ooh, that's nice. I like the yellow and then the lavender. These fit a surprising amount of detail into these tiny... guys, I can't emphasize enough how tiny these figures are. I'm going to show you, because I have one. I'm going to show you. Hang on. There's a good reference figure, something that everyone will understand. Here. I have a Battletech Rifleman from one of the recent waves of the Battletech Kickstarter, and now here is one of the Centurions. They're fucking tiny. They're like about the size, maybe slightly larger than the elemental figures from the latest wave of the Battletech Kickstarter. They're teeny tiny. So you can understand what is in this next image. They're very small. I love the color choices on them, though. They're cool figures. My one critique of Revelations, and I think that they're of White Light Media, really, and I think that they're improving this, is there's more detail on these figures than will actually print properly. Like, if you look at the actual 3D files, there's some details on them, like they have this little visor with these two little lenses on it. They just don't print well. Maybe when printers, like maybe on a 4K printer, it would come out better. And I think that that's just a matter of them not necessarily, like, 3D printing is fairly new. But it's a matter of them putting more detail, like they print fine, it's a matter of them putting more detail in than is actually going to come out, and I think it's a little bit of wasted effort. I think if they simplified the model slightly, they would print cleaner, and they'd be wasting less time, but they have done such an awesome range of models altogether. The Centurion would be great as a proto-mech proxy. Yeah, like beef it up a little. Well, that's the thing. If you took these models and you just expanded them, just scale them up by like 50%, they would print really, really well, because again, there's more detail there than comes through at the original scale. Maybe setting them up for the future with 6K printing coming. I am overwhelmed. I am overwhelmed at the rate at which 3D printing has continued to expand. Like, I feel like I got in late with the spear thrust of 3D printing deep into the side of the beast that is tabletop wargaming. And it continues to expand and grow faster than I even know how to begin to keep up with. In other words, I'm buying a Mars 3. Okay, let's move on. Here we have from Sewer Creature. Part 2 is done and dusted. As per last time, posting the compiled 9 pages, but we'll post all pages individually in my shiny new personal channel after the stream. And yes, Sewer Creature does now have an art channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. If you're not a member, you can always hit !Discord to get a link and participate in the Storm Report. By the way, I thought I should mention, since we have a couple of new people posting, after the Storm Report, like immediately after the stream ends, I clear the channel and I start it up again, and you can post tonight if you want to get that first slot for next stream, which is going to be Tuesday. Posting the compiled 9 pages, but we'll post all pages individually in my shiny new personal channel after the stream. Oh yes, the person who got munched. We're pulling the missing. We have a knight of a holy order here. Certainly a pious knight with a cross around the neck. Crumpled, turning the head slowly. There's an order of knights behind him, similarly pious. Onward, brothers. We must seek this missing person. Forward into the darkness, but the darkness stares back at you. And then there are the footsteps. This is fucking creepy. Yeah, no, it is kind of like medieval Slender Man. If you haven't looked at Sewer Creature's original Ent comic that he put together, like, on the one hand, I'm really impressed. I'm like, wow, Sewer Creature has something going on here. This is really cool. I should encourage it. And on the other hand, I'm deeply unsettled by a lot of the imagery. I really like the pixel art style that you're going with. I think that you're utilizing it very well. These very harsh lines. It's all very stylized. Yeah, kind of Dark Souls-ish. I can see that. I like how some of the only yellow that we get is in the form of their crucifixes here. They really, really stand out in each panel. But then, I'm a big fan, like in storytelling, of show, don't tell. And this is nothing but showing as it develops. There's world building going on here. Specifically in the form of, there are giant horrible creatures in the forest with sideways mouths and they're going to eat you. And that's great. I needed to be a little bit more uncomfortable about going into the woods. That's wonderful. No, I'm not going to Amateur Paint Hour. Son of a bitch. Here we have White Wolf. Assembly on the A10 is pretty much done, minus a few tiny parts here and there. While I don't like to paint in sub-assemblies, the Mavericks will wind up being painted separately and then attached later on, simply because I'd rather not... Mavericks are missile pods, right? Yeah, the Maverick missiles, okay. Rather not go totally nuts trying to get in there Fuel tank will be attached, though, well, tomorrow once things have cured in place. That is... Wow, I read that really poorly. Pretty damn happy to have gotten to this point because this kit's been a royal pain in the ass with fitment issues. Yeah, it really seems like it has been. And such isn't over yet either because, hey, I get to figure out how the hell I'm fitting it into the spray booth next. Yeah, it's pretty damn big. I mean... You gotta, like, put one wing in and kind of spray that and then let it set and then turn it around and do... I don't know, you work it out. Man, Rufusol, you have a fantastic night. Thank you so much for being here today. It's been a little bit of a weird stream, but I hope you had fun. It's always good to have you here, Manro. And thank you so much for that resub, man. I really do appreciate that. Oh, if I do build another A10, it's either going to be the 1 to 48 Hobby Boss kit with much better loadout options, including the possibility of using ones that are still currently in use, or perhaps even the 1 to 32 Trumpeter one if I'm feeling downright crazy, because, you know, a 148 scale A10 isn't stupidly large enough on the decks. Yeah, 132 would be... What the fuck am I doing? I'm sitting here like I'm mentally calculating 1/32 of an A10, like that's something I can do in my head, but that'd be like a yard across, wouldn't it? Or am I completely crazy? 6 feet long? Yeah, this is big. That's real big. Maybe not a full yard, but a couple of feet at least. Hang on, I just missed something. NMO Xander Shade. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm usually more coherent than this. I promise. Unless my incoherency is why you followed, in which case I am a shameless attention whore, and I promise to be this incoherent all the time. Absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a remarkably detailed kit. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, the only reason I knew that the Maverick was a missile is not because I am like some kind of military hardware expert or because I have some like fascination or deep knowledge of American military aircraft. I'll tell you exactly why I know the Maverick is a missile that would go on the A-10. You want to know why? Because I played a game called A-10 Tank Killer religiously in the mid-90s. And the weapon loadouts just stuck in my head. That's the only reason. I gotta stop drinking. Alright, let's keep coming down. That game was dope as hell. Fuck yes, it was. I'm glad that I'm not the only person who played A-10 Tank Killer. I was playing it around the same time as, like, the original SimCity, for that matter. Been active on the Everything Battletech Discord for about a week or two now. Saw you were streaming and thought I'd pop in. Xandershade, you missed some of our Battletech work. But since you decided to pop over, I'll show you what we did tonight. Because I can, because it's my stream and I'll do whatever I want. We're working on this guy tonight. And got a good amount of work done. He needs a couple little details before I'm willing to call him finished. But we have Metal Core Collectibles Tyrant standing in for a Centurion. In Steiner, what is this? Second Lyran Guards color scheme? I can't remember now offhand. It's a Lyran Guards color scheme. Stomping down on a Vulture from Clan Green Turkey. As is good and proper. Xandershade, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. We have done quite a lot of Battletech here. I do paint a number of other games, and recently I've been painting mostly like Warcaster and Conquest, but I've got a lot of X, and I need to get some more of them painted. Can we call dibs on that when you're done? Amateur paint, and it's mine. I want it. I want to keep it. That's a thought, though. Would that be something that interests you guys? Like painting things like dioramas and minis on stream and then turning around and like giving them away? Doing like a raffle type deal? Is that something that would honestly interest the community? Because up till now, I've just kind of thought of it as like, I'm painting shit that's going to go on my stupid shelf. It's an interesting idea. I'm not opposed to it. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour tonight's work Donated the last adder to a new player last week. Amateur Paint Hour, good on you. He killed my Marauder with a lucky engine crit with it. Oh, you keep what you kill, I guess. So decided to paint up a replacement. Following the advice from last week, decided to delve into cockpit lensing and away from being so metal paint heavy on my minis. I'm rather proud of how even the lines of paint are across... I'm rather proud of how even the lines of paint are across the cockpit. They generally line up on a nice arc across all three power... Why can't I read tonight? They generally line up in a nice arc across all three window panels, and I feel I went sufficiently in depth on color to give it that good gradient from a light blue to almost black. Also followed some advice. My silver metal bits got bronzed a bit with some brown wash applied to them in about 3 layers. Gives a more natural look than straight bronze paint would give, I think. Edit, in hindsight, and looking at it more, the lower torso highlight should have been a lighter gray, not white. It's too stark a contrast. Second pick is better for viewing. Let's have a look. This is a really nice paint job. This looks really good. Hang on, I gotta look at this for a minute. I agree with you. Yeah, you wanted to go. The gray is a little stark. With a transition to the white, it could look better. But as it is, it looks like there is a white line around the edge of the panel as opposed to that being a highlight of the natural color. Take unpainted terrain. Have I told you guys lately that I have over 35 rolls of GST 3D filament that I don't know what to do with? I don't know. We can do some more giveaways. If you guys want stuff, we'll figure something out. I print a lot of stuff. It might actually be a good way to clear some of my shelves. Maybe I shouldn't say that out loud. I'm going to use the stream to get rid of shit that I'm not going to paint. Well, you know the truth now. Use exclusively standard brush, or do you airbrush as well? I use a little bit of everything. A little bit of everything, Xander Shade. I do hand brushing, I do airbrushing, I have recently delved into oil painting. I feel like you should kind of try and use everything. Not everything is going to work for absolutely everyone, but you try all the tools to find the ones that work for you. You fill your toolbox with as many tools as you possibly can, know how to use them right. And that way you always have something to pull out of the box when you're trying to do something new. Yeah, this is really, really quite good, and a fairly large improvement from the last one. I agree with your assessment of the highlights down here. I really like the jeweling and lensing that we have up here. I particularly like the way you've highlighted the top. The color comes through very clearly, and it reads very, very well to the naked eye. I love the lensing that we have on the arm lasers here. I can't read because I drank whiskey and then half a beer, and I chugged it in one go. Yeah, okay, that's accurate. That did happen. Oh no, it's fine, Amateur Paint Hour. Light effects on the top are phenomenal, yeah. No. Prototype seconds? Maybe. I get really self-conscious about my seconds. I get really self-conscious about my prototype seconds, Data Nerd. I'm always like, this is not good enough, it must be destroyed. No one can ever possess this because they might judge me based on it. This looks really good. Like, this is one of those paint jobs where I'm like, I look at it and I see, like, I can see things you could improve. But the overall mini reads so well that I almost don't want to tell you them because I feel like this is the beginning of developing a personal style, is what this is. The things that I could point out and go, maybe do this instead, I'm like, On the other hand, continue what you're doing and you're gonna have something unique to work with. This is a wonderful paint job. Really, really well done. The color balance is all right. I think, interestingly, the orange, I would not expect this warm color to contrast as well as it does with the overall kind of desert sand that we have on the top here, but it stands out pretty brilliantly. Really great work, Amateur Paint Hour, and thank you for sharing that with us. Also, fucking good on you, man. I think that's awesome. Encouraging new players, putting minis in their hands, getting them started on the road to endless shame and disappointment. with shelves and shelves of minis that they desperately want to paint but will simply never have the time. You're doing God's work, sir. Something about the color scheme reminds me of Epcot Center in the 80s. Really? I never went to Epcot Center before the mid-90s, so I couldn't speak to that. Sumatha, welcome. How dare you be late? Sumatha, you should be fucking ashamed of yourself for being late to this stream. What am I? No, Sumatha. Thank you for being here at all, man. It's always great to see you. Dared so easily, I didn't even try. Well, there's a zinger right there. Here we have from Avash, Conquest character for 100 Kingdoms. Ooh, yeah, looks like we got a Theist Priest, we have a Noble Lord, and I think an Imperial Officer? I think that's what these ones are. I like the look of the Priest. I think that the sort of angular, almost Pyramid Head-esque helmet that they have, like, I think that these paint jobs are great, first of all. The blues and the oranges contrast really well and kind of pop out at you. These two sculpts are just not sculpts that I'm a huge fan of, considering how wild a lot of the Conquest sculpts are, Avash. This one I love. This one is really interesting. Have you seen the Null Mage sculpt that they have for it? It's not available yet. The Null Mage is the next hero that's releasing for the 100 Kingdoms for Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings, which, god damn, that's such a mouthful of a name. I am going to get to paint, the more tame side of the human faction. They really are. They stepped up their design for this one. The Null Mage, Avash, I'm going to get to paint that early. They are... Parabellum War Games is sending me the Null Mage before it releases, and I'm going to get to paint it, right here on stream, so you'll get a look at it before it actually releases, which I was pretty thrilled about that. Parabellum War Games seems like a really good company to me. At least they've treated me very well, which, being as selfish as I am, that pretty much means the same thing as far as I'm concerned. Guy on the right is... Yeah, that's what I'm saying for Godarung. This is the Theist Priest model, and it is, in my opinion, one of the best leader models that they have for the 100 Kingdoms. These two guys are, like, they're good sculpts. They're just, when they're compared with everything else that's going on in the range, like, when you consider you pay the same price for... You go look at the Spire Hero models. I'm always like, I'd rather spend that money on, like, a Spire Hero. They're so much more interesting looking. But, yeah, I really, really dig this one. Nice job on these, by the way, Avash. The sculpt isn't as dynamic. Yeah, they're kind of standing there. The Noble Lord at least looks like he's stepping forward and drawing his sword, but yeah, you have a much more evocative pose from the Theist Priest. He's also a more interesting character when it comes to abilities. Wish the Imperial Officer and Noble Lord had full armored and dynamic pose. Yeah, if they were, like, lunging forward or something, but yeah, the Imperial Officer is just sort of standing there. Which... Considering you're often gonna put him into a unit of Men-at-Arms or Steel Legion, like the Steel Legion and Men-at-Arms both have way more dynamic poses than he does. I guess you could put him in with Militia and his static pose would kind of match, but Militia suck. I guess they're gonna get a revamp in 1.5, and we will see how good they are then. Then maybe we'll see some more Militia, because again, he would only really look proper in a Militia stand. Really nice job on those, though, Avash. I love seeing Conquest characters and more Conquest painting getting shared right here. Guys, if you have not seen Conquest: The Last Argument of Kings, if you enjoy rank and flank fantasy wargaming, just check it out. Just check it out. I'm not saying go out and buy a bunch of boxes, but look at the game, because it's picking up a lot of popularity in a lot of major gaming areas, which means, most importantly, you'll probably be able to find games of it. I know that this stops us from getting into a lot of war games. It's completely understandable. You don't want to be the one guy in your area who goes in on a new game and finds out, hey, nobody else did and I don't have anybody to play with. But Conquest has some real traction, some real momentum. It is worth looking at. The rule set is mwah. And the only issue I have with it is that some of the rules are not bad. They're just poorly explained in the rulebook, and they're about to hit, I think, next month. They're releasing the 1.5 edition of the rules, the Redux. I think that is going to be a major improvement. And oh my god, the world building and the art in it is so good. So damn good. Oh, Kursala, I have some thoughts for you on that, specifically regarding, I was reading the rules last night. I have some thoughts on activation that I want to send you. Please ping me and remind me of that, because I like the spirit of the activation rules. It's basically bolt action, but I have, like I said, I've got some thoughts on that. Oh, here we have from Lore Friendly. Remember when I said I would do a couple of my Indominus models at a time as a break from my ad mech? Me neither. Does it help if I say, Lore Friendly, that I always knew you were full of shit? Because I did. Yeah, that's the other thing to Square. Is, if you're interested in rank and flank fantasy wargaming and you like unique factions, new factions are coming out for Conquest all the time, and the next 2 of them look really, really interesting. The Old Dominion are an interesting and sort of Baroque take on undead factions, and then the upcoming, what are they called? The city-states are like a high fantasy Greek faction with like minotaurs and shit, and they look really cool.
I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Oh, it hurts me every time. Vengeance having nobody in the area to play with. That's me. Live within an hour of Iron Wind Metals, yet as far as I know, there's no Battletech tabletop group near me. Now, the good news, Xandershade, as far as Battletech goes at least, is that Battletech is a relatively cheap property to buy into. And that makes it so much easier to pull people in. That doesn't necessarily make it simple. I have plunged my hands into the soft clay of local gaming groups and done my damn best to craft gaming communities for new games a number of times, and even when everything has been on my side, like I was trying to craft Star Wars gaming groups in a time when it was really popular, it's hard fucking work, but I'll tell you what, it's worth it. It's damn worth it, and it takes effort, it takes thought, it takes time. But organizing tournaments, and I wish that there were more game support from Catalyst Game Labs, because like if you're doing this for Warhammer 40k, it's relatively easy because they put out, you know, bang bang boom, they're dropping tournament kits. Even for FFG had great game support for the most part, because they would put out tournament kits like 4 times a year, once a quarter. And they'd be like, here's some acrylic tokens, here's some special rules, here's a format to run a tournament, go, make it happen. And all you have to do is get your friendly local game shop to order it and be willing to organize it. It's harder for Battletech. If you're looking to do that, though, I would recommend, number 1, focus on Alpha Strike, because more people are going to get into that more easily. And then kind of tease them. Be like, oh, there's also classic Battletech, it's more complicated, it's more granular, but, you know, we can learn with this. And try to run some Chaos campaigns, because honestly, the Chaos campaign system is, in my opinion, wildly underused. It's a lot of fun. If you can get somebody into a Chaos campaign with you, chances are you're going to get 4 or 5 games out of them, at a minimum. Did that with the old Raw Deal, CCG. Yeah, it's a real pain. I am Mr. J. I'm going to drink some water. Thank you for the reminder. Hell yeah, Xandershade. Hell yeah. I believe in you, man. It can be done. Speaking of it can be done, this is a lot of assembly. If there's one person who understands saying, I'm gonna do this smart, responsible thing as far as my gaming and my model building goes, and then doing exactly the opposite, I feel for you, Lore Friendly. Here we have from Wheezy. Ooh, I like these. Maybe I like these because I sculpted all of these. I guess that's possible. Maybe this is just my ego speaking. I'll have to examine that. I really like the use of decals on these. I'll tell you what drives me a little crazy. It's just my natural OCD. I look at this and I go, 1, 2 is over here, and then there's no 3. We got 4, 5, and 6. Where's 3? Why is 1 over? Lovely paint jobs on these all around. I really like what you did with the cockpit on the Battlemaster in particular. This is a challenging piece to paint. This is a very, very challenging piece to paint for even people who do lensing and glass work regularly, and I actually think this works quite well. It gives me the impression of like, you know, the I don't know what material it is. Would it be gold, the visors that like astronauts have to protect them from solar radiation. Very much looks and reads that way in each case on the cockpit glass. I think that's very effective. It's gold plating. I thought so, Xandershade. I like the white and the blue. I know that you base this off of a, I don't remember the name of the company, but an official Battletech scheme that is in turn based on the original color scheme for the Dougram and Fang of the Sun Dougram. So we have the Dougram, the Shadowhawk, looking very much like it did in its original incarnation with a few small differences, and then all the rest of the mechs kind of conforming to that. I dig it. And the weathering, yeah, it is subtle. On the feet down here, this is a good example of what I mean when I say less is more. You don't need much, and if you look at this, there isn't much. It's on the edge of the toe, it's going up the foot a little bit, it's kind of on the edges of the shin. It doesn't really climb any further up the leg, but it just sells the environment that they're in pretty nicely. This looks like... No, okay. I thought I recognized the bases, but I don't think I do. Crescent Hawks. Is this the Crescent Hawk? Paint scheme, I thought they based this on another one. I knew that it was similar to the Crescent Hawks, but I didn't think that it was actually the Crescent Hawks. Of course, the last time I actually thought about the Crescent Hawks was, well, it was some time ago, and it was mostly to do with the chameleon, so, yeah. Yeah, Xandershade, these are, and thank you so much for posting these, by the way, Wheezy. These are all my sculpts. I did these, and if you're interested in acquiring them or printing them yourself, they are available for free on Thingiverse. I'm a big fan of the original show, Fang of the Sun Dougram, upon which many of these original battle mechs were, or upon which they were based, from which they were taken. I think the second one is more accurate. Yeah. Oh, look at that Battle Master. That came out nice. I like the white tips on the antenna, too. Wheezy, this is a great looking set, man. You have done a fantastic job on this. You just, you know, the sculptor can only do so much. We can provide the canvas, but you have to fill in so much detail. I really like the work on the cockpit. That is the absolute standout. Wonderfully done. Wonderfully done, Wheezy, and thank you so much for sharing. Up next, we have from Chewy, all of my Warcaster Marcher Worlds models finally built and based, ready to prime, and the painting will begin. Ooh, this is a damned exciting time. Oh, and you got some of the... Oh, you're not kidding. You got Wave 2 stuff in here, too. Looks like we got a lot of the resin-printed weapons, which I am happy to provide. Because, yeah, the weapons are a big pain in the ass to magnetize otherwise. We got what looks like a couple of Dusk Wolves, a couple of... What's the other one called? Strike Raptor. I think Strike Raptor is the big one, Dusk Wolf is the small one. But yeah, number of Warjacks in here. We got Korobus, it looks like. A couple of Ranger squads, some of the Missile squads. We've got the... I don't remember the name of their vehicle, but it's honestly one of the best looking ones in the range. And Chewy, I'm just happy that people are using them, honestly. Got a couple of the mantlets in here too. And this is the color scheme we're going with. We've seen this one before. It's really an impressive color scheme. I like all the contrast in it. I cannot wait to see that applied to a Strike Raptor and a Dusk Wolf. Razorbat, thank you. Yeah, I like the Eternus Continuum, like they're totally my style of both play and design. But man, the Marcher Worlds are a close second for me. Once I get through my ISA, I've got some Marcher Worlds that I gotta work on. I love seeing some Warcaster in here. It's a fucking fantastic game. More people need to give it a chance, man. I hope that they continue to move away from metal models, because I know that stops a lot of people. Here we have from Roland, it's a... Is that a Stromboli? Is that what I'm looking at? It's either that, or you, like, breaded and baked a human arm, and I'm not sure which. Napoleon's dick. Why? This is... Well, it looks delicious, Roland. It looks like it came out really nice. Well browned. It looks like it has just that wonderfully crispy outside, but still kind of flaky and soft inside. Stuffed with gabagool and moz. Ooh. Ooh, that does sound good. Fucking word. Every single time. Bring him the gabagool. Where's Steela when we need her? Well, that looks wonderful, Roland, and thank you for sharing that successful baking adventure with us. I'm too sober for this. Yeah, that's... Oh, God. Okay, here we have from Vandal Noir. Steinerland's work in progress, ready for Oktoberfest. Oh, yeah, we got some of the... You've done a really, really good job with some of this basing lately, man. I love the fall colors that we have mixed in here, particularly since they balance. Like, this is... The last few figures you've done have been really good examples of composition in a figure. Like, really good examples of them. I take it this is still a work in progress, because there's a few things that jump out at me as like, well, it seems like you would have done that. But the, particularly the cockpit glass, the lensing job that we've done down here, the two pieces of glare that we have here, the deep shadow in the upper left, and then the color in the lower right, like, this is so effective. And the fact that it's balanced out in the colors on the base and doesn't really appear elsewhere on the model except for this one little small spot where it looks like we have a Steiner fist. This is... Damn. This is really good work. Yeah, we have a cherry tree over here, specifically. But then there are also some Kurita mechs that go with that one. Overbaked it and understuffed. It doesn't look overbaked, but, you know, looks can be deceiving. The Kintaro is a 3D print to test the scheme on. This is some good work, Vandal. Now, I know this is a work in progress, so I'm going to refrain from pointing out things that I would change or go back on, because this is a great example of how I think some of the most important things you can do in painting minis is just make good decisions in the start. Your color composition, your color choices, the contrast that you decide to go with, these are all more important than the precision of your brush strokes necessarily, and the fact that these are works in progress that look as good as they do, I think is testament to that. Wonderful, wonderful work on the basing, great composition, good balance, very, very striking realization of a classic Steiner scheme. I just, you know, Vandal, what is there to say? Well done. And I look forward to seeing them finished. Here we have from Sphere. Ooh boy, we are in for a treat. Finally started working on this big boy for a friend. Ugh. Oh god, getting Major Diablo vibes off this guy. Interesting base that we have worked up here, because obviously we've got mostly airbrushed on here and there's detailing to go. We've got this sort of greenish gray, which I think is reflected in and kind of balances this very vivid green that we have for the cracks in the base. And then this kind of livid purple. This is some interesting contrast. And I think that this is another, honestly, this is another great example of exactly what I was just talking about with quality composition. The initial color choices that make such a huge impact. And while you can enhance this with tiny choices, tiny decisions, and little bits of paint here and there and detailing, you can absolutely enhance this. If you're not making good decisions from the start, your model's never gonna pop that much. This is, whew. Sphere, I cannot wait to see some more work on it. I think this is off-brand, WJ. I don't think this is a GW model. But then I don't pay attention to what they release. So I've seen a few people working on this one lately on the mini painting Reddit. I feel like maybe this was released recently as a 3D printable option from somebody. You know, like Maker's Muse or whoever. This is a GW? Okay, never mind. I'm full of shit then. This is the new Games Workshop Bellacore. Okay. I don't pay any attention to what Games Workshop's releasing at any given time, so that's just me guessing the vast majority of the time. Cosmic Disorder. Holy shit, dude. How are you doing, man? It's good to see you. Could we get a shout out real quick? Pretty please. For Cosmic Disorder, how to describe this man? He'll dress up like the Winter Soldier and play guitar for you on stream while talking about cats. and he'll play, like, Blind Guardian. I feel like this is the, like, I just, what more is there to say? It's an incredibly entertaining stream. Go drop him a follow, because the worst thing that can happen, I'm telling you guys, the worst case scenario is you follow him, you jump into a stream and you go, who the fuck is this weirdo? And you stop following him right there. But the best case scenario is that your life is enriched in ways you didn't know were possible. Consider it. And consider dropping him a follow today. Yeah, I know the dude, he wears a kilt and does a bunch of random crazy stuff. I mean, that's an accurate description. It's absolutely an accurate description. This base is fucking awesome. The cool grays, and then this really, really vivid, nasty green. Sphere, when I get a chance to talk to you, I'm going to ask you actually what you used for this green, because this is really vivid and works incredibly well. If I were going to change anything on here, if I was going to suggest anything on here, and you can take this or leave it, you've got a little bit of the reflected green, like the glow up here. I almost want to see just a little bit more of it on these high points. A little bit more reflected green on the high points from these curved pieces of rock, I think would really sell the effect. Yeah, the green is super vivid. How you doing, Steel? It's good to see you back. Get yourself some coffee. Damn. Sphere. I want to see more of that mini, my friend. Here we have from Drakari, new arrivals to the custom dice collection. Oh, it's the Thunderhead dice. I'm so glad that these are getting to people. I'm really, really happy with these dice. I've put in an order for another 100 of them. It's going to be a few months before we get them. I guess a lot of orders are in for dice right now, but... It's just one of the purest ways that I could share my love of this hobby with you, because as much as I spend all my time painting and bitching about how major corporations don't listen enough to my personal whims and make games for me personally, at the end of the day, it's about moving around little plastic men and rolling dice to find out, you know. It's a natural extension of, I think I explained it to Hethrir's dad when we were visiting him as, so you remember when you were a kid and you'd go, bang, bang, I shot you. And your friend would go, no, you didn't, no, you didn't. Take that and expand that onward into a series of mathematical matrices through which we establish, did I in fact shoot you? And we have our hobby. That's what it is. It is what it is. And this is the great unifier. This is the great leveler. This is the magical mechanism that humanity created to determine, did I in fact shoot you? There's a purity to it. And it makes me happy to know that some sets are out there bearing the Thunderhead brand that means so much to me, and I hope means something to you too. Guys, thank you so much for being such a fucking fantastic community, such a wonderful chat room. I really don't have the words to express my appreciation. I really don't, so I'm just going to say thank you. Thank all of you. So much. And that those sets of dice are just the tiniest, most minuscule way that I can express that thanks to you and share my love of this hobby with you. Here we have from Dave's Mini Art. This is the office I was talking about, like, holy shit, man. When I played like that, I threw little pieces of sticks. Skull Fairy, that is savage. Roll dice next time. For the love of God, Skull Fairy, I sent you a pair of dice. Wait. Yeah, I sent you a pair of dice. So stop throwing little pieces of sticks and start rolling dice. And when they go, no you didn't, you can be like, look, I rolled 2 6s, okay, that's the highest possible result. I definitely hit you. Dave's Mini Art, this is fucking crazy, man. This is triggering my jealousy impulse for the sheer level of storage capacity. Sticks like divining bone. Oh, is that what we're talking about? When you played like that, did you roll the bones, Skull Fairy? I guess I could see that. She'll still throw sticks. I mean, based on what I know of her, yeah, that's probably just going to be how it is. This is a very interesting build, Dave's Mini Art, and I'm glad to see it coming together for you, man. This is going to be one hell of a station when you're done putting it together. Please, if you don't mind, please continue to share shots of this, because I love seeing the step-by-step and the progression, and I really want to see the end point versus the start. It's an amazing workspace. I'm profoundly envious, Dave. Yeah, that's a desk. I need some corner reinforcement. I mean, I assume that's what we're seeing over here. We got a lot of unused 2x4. No actual sticks, like little bullets. Yeah, she'd be like, I shot you, and you'd be like, no, you didn't. She'd be like, yeah, I hit you with a stick, so obviously I did. That's fair. Here we have from Nikki Minis. Awesome to see you posting in here. Currently, the mini that you are working on. Do I spy Alpha Legion? Ooh, Nikki. First of all, I'm very much in love with a color from Privateer Press, known as Coal Black. You might have heard me talk about it a few times. And it is very much in the realm of that blue-green teal, but really, really deep color that works so well with Alpha Legion. So I'm immediately in love with this color palette. It's one of my favorites. Nice highlight job on all the little scales. I'm loving the... Is that a non-metallic metal effect that I'm picking up on the edge? That could be actual metallic paint. I want to say it isn't because we're just black down here, but it maybe just didn't come in and base with gunmetal yet. So I honestly can't tell if this is non-metallic or true metallic metal, but either way, it's reading very, very well. I love the orange eye lens contrasts so well with the blue-green. You can probably print some really nice-looking divining bones. Have I... Okay. One of the runs I did when Rune Wars the miniatures, I'm just going to tell you, it has nothing to do with anything, I'm just going to tell you the story. It's very, very brief. Rune Wars has a really cool mechanic where every single round you take a series of what are, they're tokens in the game box, but they're rune stones, and you shake them and you cast them out. And the combination that they are has an impact on different abilities throughout the game. Every round, they're a neutral set. They just represent like the flow of magic during that round of the game, right? And so it'll be like, you know, you roll them and you cast them, and it's like, well, there's 2 red runes, 1 blue, and 1 green this round. And some models will be like, well, your attack is equal to 1 plus red runes, so if there's 2 red runes, then you're like, well, I need to attack with this unit this round because it's extra powerful due to just the flow of natural magic. And I took a bunch of bone chips and carved with a, like a Dremel carving tip, my own set of these made out of actual bone when the game came out. And I did like, I think 10 sets of them and shipped them out to people to really kind of push enthusiasm for the game. And this story is going nowhere. I want you to know that. I'm not going anywhere with this story. There isn't like a really interesting conclusion. I just did that and I thought it was cool. And I'm gonna wrap things up by saying, man, I really miss Rune Wars. That's it. That's the whole story. God, that was terrible. This is a wonderful paint job. I can't tell if you did non-metallic or true metallic metal, which I think is a testament to the quality of the shading that you've done. Nikki, I would love to see some more work out of you. And the bust, damn. That's a nose that's taken a punch or two in its life, isn't it? I mean, it's a dwarf, so they just kind of look like that. But I'm just saying, this man has been punched in the face once or twice. This is some lovely work. Really good, deep details. I like the sort of dwarven architecture shown in the beard rings here. They're very, not squared off, obviously. They look like they're hexagons, but they have that really... Yeah, and he's got the cauliflower ear, too. This is some really inspired work. I particularly like the eyebrows. He got like a two for Howitt thing going on here. Lovely work. Nikki, I hope. I understand. Some people just swing through a stream and you hang around for a little bit and then you move on. Your hobby journey takes you elsewhere. But Nikki, I hope to see more out of you. I really do. Here we have from Sheza. Painted this up on stream today. Need to do some inking on it to match the comic style of all my other MCP stuff that I really, really like. how it is coming out. Galaxy techniques make me happy. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah. Took the long movement tool, very specifically made it Captain Marvel. Nice touch. I like the gradient of the yellow that we have going all the way down to the other end. And yeah, the sort of Galaxy Nebula painting techniques along the line of it. I've seen a number of different paint jobs done on these movement tools. I like this one. I never got around to painting mine. Are these lines sculpted in on this side, or are these done by hand? I don't remember the tool clearly enough to remember if the sort of trail lines from the feet continue on the other side. Either way, it's very effective, and I love the gradient. Really nice work, Sheza. Here we have from Rodan. Been a while since the last time I was working on this bust, but for the most part, it is done. Ugh. Well, this is a juxtaposition of styles that confuses the shit out of me. They're sculpted in? Okay, well, either way, you did a really nice job with the gradient. This is quite the juxtaposition. First of all, I love the magenta. This is one of the most striking color combinations that the human eye can even recognize. The magenta to cyan, top-bottom lighting here. Yeah, it looks so awesomely 90s, doesn't it? Like, okay, yeah, 80s, but it would be late 80s, arguably early 90s WJ. This style was still very much like, okay, we get lost in the pastels in the early 90s, but this is still 91, 92. We forget that Terminator 2 came out in like 92, 93. Wait, was that 91? I should drink less. Touch more cyan in my opinion, but holy crap, it is, yeah, like, I would say down here in this grid, it could use a little bit more cyan. Well, this is more of a purple, though. It's very interesting, and I really like what you've done with the irises here, too, repeating that sort of, there's a word for this stylized sunset, the synth set, as it were. 91, thank you, Dark Fox. Really nice work, Rodan. Synth zombie, yeah, that's it. It's the style of the zombie is oddly juxtaposed with the clean synth style that we have going on here. Is this going on your wall? My God, your wife is tolerant, Rodan. Oh, it's a great study on lighting, though. It really is. Well done. I want to see you do like a straight up T800 head. That's what I want. I look at this, and you know what I want out of you, Rodan? I want you to print a T800 and do it synth style. I want to see that. That would be fucking awesome. To be fair, Sheza, I recognize that I fucked it up almost as soon as I said it. Oh no, I don't have the audio set up for this. Ah, shit. Oh. Crap. Hang on. How could I do it quickly? I can't do it quickly because of the way that I did it. Squared, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to skip this one for right now, and I apologize. But it's because I fucked up my audio last night when I was using Discord. And I don't have Discord set up to route into OBS now. This is part of a broader problem that I need to fix. Yeah, I'm gonna drink some water. Oh, is that it? It's the I can do anything better than you can? No, you can't. Yes, I can. I mean, yeah, they can. And it is quite frustrating. I'm sorry, Squared. I don't mean to skip an entry, even though it is a video. It is entirely due to my own incompetence. But I appreciate the sentiment regardless. Post it in the Discord? Yeah, please do, so everyone can get a look at it. Here we have from Prince Haley, the 7 Wonders of Edo, Japan, and the new game, Humankind. Yeah, I've been wondering is this game any good? If WJ... I think WJ took off. But I'd be very curious to know if this game is any good, because it keeps getting advertised to me, and I do love 4X games. After several losses trying to learn this game, I think I'm near a win. Had an interesting chain of civilizations I went through, since you can change shift... Oh, excellent. Caveman over Zhou Chinese over... Wait, not over. Cavemen to Zhou Chinese to Mayan. The Han buildings aren't very good. To Khmer Rouge to Edo Japanese. Not sure if I'll make the next era/Civ or not, as late as the game is. Really need to turn up the 600 turn limit and put in more Civs so the competition isn't so insane for the Civ you want. Other than that, loving the game, especially as disappointing and problematic as modern Civ 6 is. Yeah, that's a good comparison, because I found Civ 6 very underwhelming and I haven't really gone back to it. It's a breath of fresh air. Also, I hope Cretans and Cappies like the city due to being mainly Asian influenced. Just the fact that you compare it to Civ 6 and say that this is deeper and more satisfying is immediately compelling to me, because I found Civ 6, like I said, very just unsatisfying as a game, and I do love a decently complex, well-balanced 4X game. Might have to check it out. Haven't played since Civ 2, and to be fair, that was one of the last really good ones, Disorder. Fun with artillery on Battletech. Don't get why people don't like mortars despite being one shot, or the upgraded Bull Shark. Despite having only a few rounds, they've saved my rear a few times by whittling down lances with a well-aimed shot. Well, they're not as sexy. The artillery weapons are not as sexy as getting a headshot with a Gauss rifle, you know what I mean? Real warfare isn't all that sexy. It's a bit of a grind. I need to go back and dig up some of the newer mods and get back into HBS Battletech. It's such a damn good game. I don't even think I've played it since the Bull Shark was introduced, and that was a while ago. That was an HBS introduction. Man. Guys, if you haven't played HBS Battletech, that's Harebrained Schemes Battletech game, and you're curious at all about Battletech as a setting, I cannot recommend enough that game. Like, even if you don't give a shit about Battletech, if you like XCOM, go play Battletech. It is a great game by itself, and it's a great introduction to the setting. Oh, commissioning Project Dark Fox for some emotes for my Discord server, so here's some works in progress of the first 2 of 3 Vulture's Workshop coming in towards the end of the stream. To drop one of those subs, Vulture's Workshop. Thank you so much, man. How you doing today? Could we get a shout-out, by the way? Pretty pleased for Vulture's Workshop. One of my favorite painters and broadly favorite streamers on Twitch. Good dude, fantastic community. If you're interested in getting started here on Twitch as a paint streamer, this is somebody that you want to know. Even if you're not, even if you're just painting models, if you're into Conquest, if you're into anything, if you're into speed painting, holy shit, this is a channel you need to be following. Walter, how are you doing today, man? Did headshot a commando with a Highlander with the Gauss rifle. That's just sick about it. That's I did take my 38 special out and blast a cockroach in half. Like, come on, man. At a certain point, it's just gratuitous. Oh, that's some nice work. Project Dark Fox does good work, but I'm particularly loving this realization of, work that you've done. Because this is a Tyrant's hand. I recognize it. I was just painting its nasty little knuckles. Oh, yeah. And there he is. The man himself. Those are some good-looking emotes. Project Dark Fox is a fantastic artist. You absolutely cannot go wrong getting emotes from Pity. And guys, if you are not, again, we've been working on a Tyrant from Metal Core Collectibles today. If you're interested at all in this model, please hit !model or !metalcore to get a link over to his site. He does some of the best third-party proxies and, in fact, unique units, both vehicular and mech-wise, for Battletech. Go check it out if you're into 6mm wargaming at all. Lovely-looking emotes. Doing well, just got done with D&D, working on some Conquest. Hell yeah, man. How's the Abomination coming? Set up Sunday, why not? May as well build all the extra armaments edition. Odds are I won't put them on the hog, but yeah. Why the hell not build them up anyway? I'm sure I'll find a use for them. Something about wanting to clear the various sprues off. I do know that feeling, weird as it may be. Lots and lots and lots of missiles. Yeah, you can find something to do with them. Do something crazy. If you wind up building an orc army, turn them into like rocket boys or something like that. I don't know. You bought the kit, you might as well build the whole damn thing. And what's going to be the inspiration for the paint job on the A10? Canada doesn't have any thunderous warthogs, and it makes even less sense to have a 408 tack hell markings on an Angry Bert machine. But it's my bird. My frustration's on the table, so fuck it. Elements of this paint job will make it onto the A10 because this Kiowa means a fuck ton to me. I literally grew up in, on, and around this helicopter. It was a sad day to see these be retired. Doubly so because I could actually get to be part of the crew saying goodbye to it for the last time from the base. Silly mothers being all, no, that's not a good reason to miss school. I can't think of a better reason to miss school. Ooh. Well, this is very interesting. Now I'm very curious to see how you apply this, complete with some of the deadliest birds known to man, on your A10. Interesting. Abomination is base prime, but gonna zenithal that big boy. Yeah, use the airbrush, I would say, as much as you can. Walter, it's a damn big model. Don't torture yourself any more than you have to. I'll be very, very curious to see how this winds up on the A10. And here we have from Vergaderung. Did a simple test with a chrome pen I got, and it was a fun exercise. This is on that Thunderbolt that you whipped up. Damn, that is really bright. You said this is a chrome pen? I would assume alcohol-based, based on the sheer amount of shine you get on. Now, it does seem like it's very, very sensitive to the surface finish that you put down. So, like, some of these panels are really smooth and bright. A couple others you can tell, you know, there's a little surface roughness. That's something, or like you can tell some print lines came through on the back of it. But like this panel right here, look at that. And here, and the back of this hand. Holy shit, back of the hand here too. But this panel right here is, I think, these two are the smoothest that I spot on the turnaround. Damn. It's difficult to get a finish like... Now, what is it like once it has cured, would be my question for Gatarung. That's my concern, Kursala. I don't know that you could put anything on top of that. If it's that shiny, it's going to have a really, really smooth finish. And I wonder how it would react to having something put on top of it, or if it wouldn't. Because I feel like if you put an overlay on top of that, and then you touch it with your finger, it's just going to come off with your fingerprint. But I'm open to being proven wrong. That is a really, really nice shine for Gatarung, but that is going to bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and, in accordance with the prophecy, to the end of tonight's stream. What are we doing? Who are we raiding? There's gotta be somebody out there. Somebody in all of Twitch who is streaming right now who is painting some minis. Let's see who they are. Hey, Wombat Combat and Teal Security are both going. So is 46 and 2. Working on Bellacore, it looks like. Let's see. Let me take a look. Let's just pop in. See what everybody's doing real quick, and then we'll make a decision. Oh, it's going to make me watch commercials because I'm not subscribed to them. Damn you! What's Teal Security working on? Looks like he's just getting started. He's only been going for about 30 minutes. Wombat Combat has been going for a while longer, is working on some Thousand Suns, it looks like. I think we're going to probably pop over into Teal Security. Let me take a look at what 46 and 2 is up to. Ooh, that is kind of interesting. It's not Bellacore, but it... Oh, no, that is Bellacore. He's just missing his head. I was like, where are the horns? No, his head just isn't on. Johnny... 7404, dropping a gift sub, it looks like. Thank you so much for that. And with the follow, what's up, Johnny? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. We're just ending right now, but it's wonderful to have you. Let me go ahead and get a raid started right quick. We're going to raid Teal. We've raided Wombat more recently than we've raided Teal, I am pretty sure. It says it's alcohol-based. That makes sense. I would assume that it was. let's get that started. We're going to go check out what Teal is up to. It looks like he's going to be going for a while, so if you want to stick around, you'll have plenty of painting to watch with a fantastic community, a fantastic chat. And I know a lot of people are probably getting ready to turn in for the night right now. If you don't mind doing me a favor, stick around for just a couple minutes. Go with the raid. Check out Teal Security's channel. Whether you're going to stick around or not, if you like what you see, consider dropping him a follow. He is a fantastic painter. He is a fantastic streamer. He is a good friend of the stream. Guys, thank you so much for coming in tonight. We are going to be back Tuesday the 24th. We're going to be painting some Warcaster in acrylics using some more of those Rainy River Designs paints. Thursday the 26th, we'll be doing some 3D design. I need to get back to work on and finish up that D-Scene Trenchy that Project Dark Fox drew up for us. And we're going to be having our movie night this upcoming Saturday the 28th. I will have a poll up for the movie choices here shortly, so jump into the Discord and get your tag if you want to hang out, watch some movies with us on Discord. And then Sunday the 29th, we'll be doing some more oil painting, more than likely on Conquest by then. I've got to finish up these Man-at-Arms, and we're going to jump right on into some Crossbowmen. Thank you for everybody who came in today. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs. It's been a great stream. Thank you for all the submissions, you guys. Oh my god, and as always, thank you to my amazing mod team. I'm going to go get something to eat, so until next time, keep on painting.